Hey guys, welcome to the channel. Sit back, relax, and let's travel back to a time before federal badges and modern justice, when America was still young, raw, and uncertain. Imagine a nation of vast frontiers, scattered towns, and laws that often depended more on who enforced them than what was written. The story of the FBI isn't just about an institution. It's about how chaos gave birth to order, and how one idea, that crime should answer to something greater than corruption or distance, grew into one of the most powerful agencies in the world. At the turn of the 20th century, the United States was a country of contradictions. It was industrial, modern, and growing richer by the year, yet it was also fractured, uneven, and often lawless. The Civil War was only a few decades past, and much of the nation still carried its scars. Railroads stretched across the land, factories roared in new cities, and immigrants flooded into ports searching for opportunity. But with progress came corruption, and justice was far from consistent. There was no single federal agency to enforce the law nationwide. Crimes that crossed state lines, bank robberies, kidnappings, fraud, political corruption, often went unpunished because no one had the authority or coordination to pursue them. Local sheriffs were powerful in their counties, but powerless beyond them. States guarded their independence fiercely, often refusing to cooperate with each other. The Justice Department existed, but it had no real investigative arm of its own. It had lawyers, not detectives. When the Department of Justice was created in 1870, its primary job was to represent the federal government in court, not to chase criminals. Investigations were often handled by private detectives or borrowed officers from other agencies. This created an odd system where justice depended on whoever could be hired, not on who was accountable to the law. Corruption thrived in the gaps between jurisdictions. Political scandals made the problem worse. The late 1800s were a time of rampant graft and favoritism. The spoils system, where government jobs were handed out as rewards for political loyalty, meant that even justice could be bought. Judges were bribed, police were compromised, and industrial monopolies used their influence to silence opponents. In many ways, crime wasn't just a problem in the streets, it was embedded in the system itself. Into this environment came Theodore Roosevelt, a man who believed deeply in reform. Before he was president, Roosevelt had already made his name as a crusader against corruption, first in New York politics, then as head of the Civil Service Commission. He believed that America needed a stronger, cleaner form of government, one that could enforce the law fairly, even against the powerful. His vision wasn't just political, it was moral. Roosevelt saw the law as something that should bind everyone, rich and poor alike. But to make that happen, he needed people who could investigate, loyal not to party or profit, but to the Constitution itself. And in 1908, while serving as president, he found a man who shared that vision, Charles Joseph Bonaparte, his Attorney General. Bonaparte was a descendant of Napoleon, but unlike his famous ancestor, he wasn't a conqueror of nations. He wanted to conquer corruption. Bonaparte was frustrated by how the Justice Department had to borrow investigators from other agencies, like the Secret Service, whenever it needed to build a case. It was an inefficient, embarrassing system that made the department dependent on others. So Bonaparte proposed something radical: the creation of a small, permanent team of federal agents, investigators directly under the Department of Justice. At first, Congress resisted. Many lawmakers feared giving the government too much centralized power. They worried it would lead to political spying or a federal police state. Ironically, these same concerns would echo throughout the FBI's later history. But Bonaparte pressed on, quietly hiring a handful of trusted men to serve as special agents. They were lawyers, accountants, and detectives with backgrounds in civil service, chosen for integrity, not influence. On July 26, 1908, without fanfare, Bonaparte issued a simple order establishing the Bureau of Investigation, a small group of 34 agents working within the Department of Justice. There were no badges, no fame, no grand ceremony. Few Americans even noticed. But that day marked the birth of what would become the most powerful law enforcement agency in the United States. In its early months, the Bureau's mission was modest: to investigate violations of federal law, particularly those involving interstate crime, land fraud, and antitrust violations. Its agents traveled by train, sent reports by telegraph, and worked from field offices that were little more than rented rooms. There was no forensic science division, no central database, and no reputation to speak of. But there was determination, and that was enough. At first, their work was slow and quiet. The Bureau's early agents tackled cases that reflected the times: corruption in Indian lands, timber theft, banking scandals, and violations of newly passed labor and antitrust laws. These cases may not have made headlines, but they helped establish something that had never truly existed before: the idea that the federal government could enforce justice across state lines. The Bureau's early existence also coincided with a nation in transition. The frontier era was closing, the modern age was beginning, and Americans were adjusting to a new world of technology, urban life, and social change. Law enforcement needed to evolve too. The Bureau's creation represented not just a new department, but a new philosophy: that justice had to be as broad as the nation it served. Still, for all its promise, the Bureau of Investigation faced skepticism. Many Americans distrusted federal power, fearing that centralized law enforcement would erode local control. Others doubted whether a handful of agents could make a difference in a country of millions. Even within the Justice Department, some saw Bonaparte's experiment as unnecessary. But in the quiet hum of early 20th century Washington, something was taking shape, something disciplined, methodical, and patient. While cities like Chicago and New York wrestled with organized crime and political corruption, the Bureau worked in the background, gathering files, tracking evidence, and learning how to build airtight cases. It wasn't glamorous work, but it was laying a foundation. No one in 1908 could have imagined what the Bureau would become, or how deeply it would one day shape American life. Yet its roots were humble. A few men in dark suits, chasing justice across railways and telegram lines, armed not with power, but with principle. In a world where law often bent to influence, the Bureau represented something new, the beginning of accountability. And in that small, unnoticed office within the Department of Justice, the seed of the Federal Bureau of Investigation began to grow, destined to change not just how America fought crime, but how it saw itself. The Bureau of Investigation began with little more than a handful of desks, a few typewriters, and a sense of purpose. It had no official building of its own. Its first agents worked out of borrowed offices in the Department of Justice, tucked away behind other government clerks and legal staff. There were no uniforms, no badges, and certainly no national recognition. These men were investigators in name only, pioneers in a field that didn't yet exist. What they lacked in resources, they made up for in resolve. Each agent was given a code of conduct that emphasized honesty, secrecy, and discretion. They weren't meant to be gunslingers or enforcers. They were investigators, methodical, analytical, and precise. Their tools were pen, paper, and patience. In a nation that still measured justice by proximity, where local sheriffs, private detectives, and politicians determined who was guilty, the Bureau's quiet professionalism was revolutionary. But their newness was also a weakness. There were no established procedures, no standardized training, and no system of coordination. Every investigation required agents to improvise, relying on intuition and personal discipline. Their cases took them across state lines, something no local lawman could easily do, and they often found themselves navigating a confusing web of state jurisdictions, uncooperative police, and political pressure. Their first real tests came through the enforcement of antitrust laws. The early 1900s were an age of industrial monopolies, with corporations like Standard Oil and U.S. Steel dominating entire sectors of the economy. President Roosevelt's administration sought to break these monopolies apart, enforcing the Sherman Antitrust Act to restore competition. But to build those cases, investigators needed evidence, not rumors or accusations. The Bureau's agents became the unseen architects of reform, quietly collecting proof of collusion, fraud, and manipulation. Their investigations soon expanded to include land fraud in the Western Territories. Corrupt businessmen and politicians had been exploiting loopholes in the Homestead Act, illegally seizing government land for profit. The Bureau sent agents to remote towns where they posed as surveyors or investors, gathering testimony and tracking fraudulent claims. It was difficult work, far from the safety of Washington, and the agents often faced threats or bribery attempts. But these early successes gave the Bureau something it had never had before: credibility. However, that credibility came at a cost. Many politicians resented the Bureau's independence. Some accused it of overstepping its authority, claiming it was interfering with local matters. Others feared that federal agents might one day investigate them. As a result, funding was minimal, and support within Congress was tepid at best. In 1909, when President Roosevelt left office and William Howard Taft took over, the Bureau lost one of its strongest defenders. Still, the agency endured. Its first director, Stanley W. Finch, was a calm, administrative figure, not a showman, but a builder. He believed in steady organization over spectacle, and under his leadership, the Bureau developed its first basic record-keeping system. Case files were indexed by name, category, and region, a modest beginning for what would one day become one of the largest archives of criminal information in the world. Even then, the Bureau's authority was strictly limited. It couldn't make arrests on its own. Agents had to rely on the U.S. Marshals to enforce warrants. It couldn't carry firearms either, except under special circumstances. The Bureau's role was investigative, not operational, a distinction that frustrated agents who wanted to do more than just report findings. This would later change dramatically, but in those early years, restraint was the rule. Despite these boundaries, the Bureau's investigations grew steadily more significant. They probed white-collar crimes, postal frauds, and violations of new federal laws, including those regulating interstate commerce. They even investigated the trafficking of women under the Mann Act of 1910, a law meant to prevent immoral activities across state lines, though its moralistic language would later lead to controversy. The Bureau's reach was expanding, case by case, law by law. The Bureau also began to develop its unique identity, one of professionalism and secrecy. Agents were forbidden to discuss their work publicly, and internal reports emphasized efficiency, discipline, and loyalty. The organization operated quietly, often invisible to the press or public. This secrecy gave it an air of mystery, one that would eventually become both its strength and its curse. But beneath the surface, tension was brewing. The Department of Justice and the Secret Service had overlapping roles, and many in Congress wanted to limit the Bureau's power. Some lawmakers accused the agency of spying on Americans, even though its work at the time was far from political. In truth, the Bureau was still defining what kind of agency it wanted to be. It was caught between being a small investigative office and the vision of a nationwide force that Roosevelt and Bonaparte had imagined. One early test of its loyalty came when several states began pushing back against federal oversight. In the South and West, local officials resisted the presence of Washington men, claiming they were intruding on state affairs. In response, the Bureau's agents learned to move quietly, blending in, gathering facts without attracting attention. It was in these moments that the Bureau developed one of its most lasting habits, operating under the radar. By 1910, the Bureau's workload had more than doubled. It had gained a reputation among prosecutors for thoroughness and reliability. Its reports were detailed, its evidence carefully catalogued, and its conclusions trusted. Yet, despite these successes, few Americans had ever heard of it. Newspapers rarely mentioned the Bureau's name, and when they did, it was usually buried in the fine print of court stories. For an agency destined to become synonymous with power, its beginnings were almost invisible. That invisibility, however, became a kind of strength. While political agencies rose and fell with each administration, the Bureau endured quietly. It didn't make speeches or seek praise. It worked behind the scenes, accumulating experience and building the habits of federal investigation. It was laying the groundwork for the role it would soon play in shaping national security, law enforcement, and civil order. And as the years passed, the world began to change faster than anyone could have predicted. The automobile, the telegraph, and the telephone were shrinking distances, connecting states and criminals alike. Crime, once local, was becoming national, and the small Bureau of Investigation would soon find itself facing challenges it could never have imagined. What began as a handful of men with files and fountain pens was about to become a vital force in the new century. And as the 1910s dawned, the Bureau stood on the edge of transformation, ready to grow, to stumble, and eventually to rise into something far greater. The story of how the Bureau of Investigation officially came to life begins with a quiet revolution inside the Department of Justice. The year was 1908, and the United States was standing at a crossroads between progress and corruption. The Industrial Revolution had changed the shape of the nation. Railroads carved through prairies, telegraph lines stitched cities together, and corporations began to wield more power than local governments. But law enforcement hadn't caught up. Criminals could cross state lines faster than any sheriff could pursue them, and corruption made justice unpredictable. Attorney General Charles Joseph Bonaparte saw the problem firsthand. The Justice Department had to rely on investigators borrowed from the Secret Service, a practice that created confusion and occasional scandal. Agents often reported to multiple authorities, and when Congress accused the Secret Service of political spying, it demanded an end to the arrangement. Bonaparte was left stranded. He needed investigators he could trust, answerable only to the law, not to politics. On July 26, 1908, Bonaparte made a decision that would change American law enforcement forever. Without seeking new legislation, he used his existing authority to hire 34 special agents and place them directly under the Department of Justice. There were no headlines that day, no public announcement, and no fanfare, just a memorandum quietly establishing what he called a special agent force. It would later become the Bureau of Investigation, the ancestor of the modern FBI. The agents Bonaparte chose weren't soldiers or police officers, they were lawyers, accountants, and professionals. Many were former Secret Service men, familiar with investigative work but unburdened by politics. Bonaparte wanted them disciplined and incorruptible. They were to follow evidence, not influence. Their task? To enforce the growing number of federal laws, from antitrust regulations to fraud cases, that local authorities couldn't or wouldn't handle. Their first headquarters was modest, a handful of rooms in the Department of Justice building in Washington, D.C. Files were kept in wooden drawers, letters typed on manual machines, and communication carried out by telegraph. The Bureau's first chief, Stanley Finch, was appointed in 1908, a quiet and methodical man who shared Bonaparte's vision of professional investigation over politics. Finch had started as a clerk in the Justice Department, working his way up through diligence rather than charisma. He wasn't looking for fame, he was building structure. At first, the Bureau's operations were cautious. The agents focused on cases that didn't draw too much public attention: land frauds, mail crimes, and violations of the Mann Act, a law passed in 1910 to combat the trafficking of women for immoral purposes. Though the intent behind the Mann Act was moral reform, its broad language made it a controversial tool. Nevertheless, it became one of the Bureau's earliest enforcement responsibilities, giving agents more ground to cover and more reason to expand. But even from its earliest days, the Bureau's very existence stirred debate. Congress, wary of centralized power, had forbidden the use of Secret Service agents by other departments, precisely the gap Bonaparte's new force was designed to fill. Some legislators accused him of creating a secret police force without approval. Southern Democrats, in particular, feared federal interference in local affairs. Others worried that political figures could use the Bureau to spy on opponents. The controversy was fierce enough that Bonaparte's successor, Attorney General George Wickersham, had to defend the Bureau's legality before skeptical lawmakers. Still, the new agency survived. By the end of 1909, it had conducted more than 500 investigations, ranging from timber thefts to banking fraud and violations of interstate law. Finch's small team began to show results, winning respect from federal prosecutors who relied on their reports. The Bureau was proving its worth, quietly, efficiently, and persistently. The early agents traveled light. They had no field offices yet, so they rode trains across the country, carrying only notebooks, warrants, and telegraph codes. They stayed in cheap hotels, filed reports by mail, and often used pseudonyms while gathering information. Many of their assignments were routine, but each case contributed to a larger purpose, creating a federal standard for investigation. For the first time, law enforcement wasn't limited by state borders. In 1910, Congress formally recognized the Bureau of Investigation within the Department of Justice, giving it clearer authority to enforce federal law. It wasn't yet the FBI, that title would come decades later, but it was no longer an experiment. It was a permanent institution, small but steady, and its agents were learning lessons that would define their future: discipline, precision, and quiet confidence. One of those early lessons was about record-keeping. Finch understood that a modern agency needed more than manpower. It needed information. Under his leadership, the Bureau began cataloging fingerprints, criminal histories, and cross-referenced files. These early systems were primitive compared to what the FBI would later build, but they laid the groundwork for the world's largest law enforcement database. The philosophy was simple: knowledge was power, and data could defeat crime as effectively as force. Meanwhile, the nation was changing around them. The automobile was beginning to replace the horse, telephones were connecting distant towns, and cities were growing at unprecedented rates. With these advances came new forms of crime, organized fraud, kidnapping, interstate smuggling, all too complex for local authorities to manage alone. The Bureau's mission was expanding not by ambition, but by necessity. Despite their quiet beginnings, the agents quickly earned a reputation for integrity. Unlike many local officers, they didn't take bribes or side with politicians. Their reports were objective and carefully worded, their investigations guided by procedure rather than personality. The Department of Justice began to rely on them more heavily, assigning them to sensitive cases involving federal property, political corruption, and illegal trusts. But the Bureau's small staff was stretched thin. Every new law Congress passed added to their workload, from banking regulations to anti-immigration statutes. There were only a few dozen agents to cover the entire country. To make matters worse, their authority to arrest was still limited. When agents uncovered a crime, they often had to call on local police or U.S. Marshals to make the arrest, risking leaks or interference. It was an awkward partnership, but one that persisted for years. Public attention to the Bureau remained minimal. Newspapers rarely mentioned them, and when they did, it was only in passing. Few Americans outside Washington even knew the Bureau existed. Yet inside the Department of Justice, its reputation was growing. It had become a symbol of competence in a government still learning how to manage its growing responsibilities. Then, as the 1910s approached, a series of national events would thrust the Bureau out of obscurity. Labor unrest, political radicalism, and America's growing involvement in international affairs would give this small investigative agency a new and much more dangerous mission: protecting national security. The days of quiet fraud investigations were ending. By the time Charles Bonaparte retired from public life, the Bureau he had quietly created was standing on its own feet. It was still small, but its presence was undeniable. In a world of shifting borders, new technologies, and rising threats, the Bureau represented something modern. A nation learning to enforce its own laws across its vast, restless landscape. And though Bonaparte could never have known it, the force he built from scratch in 1908 would grow into one of the most feared and influential institutions in American history. The Bureau of Investigation was no longer an experiment. It was the beginning of an empire of information, discipline, and control that would soon take on a new name, a new leader, and a much larger destiny. As the 1910s unfolded, the Bureau of Investigation began to outgrow its modest beginnings. What had started as a handful of men with pens and telegraphs was now an expanding arm of federal power, cautious, ambitious, and learning how to wield authority in a changing nation. The United States was entering a new era, an age of technology, migration, and global tension. And in that crucible, the Bureau would find its identity, not just as a law enforcement agency, but as a guardian of the American state. By 1912, the Bureau's staff had tripled, with agents stationed across the country in cities like Chicago, New York, and San Francisco. The cases they handled reflected the growing complexity of modern life. Crimes that once seemed local, bank fraud, interstate gambling, and organized theft, were now recognized as national problems. Trains, automobiles, and telephones connected criminals as easily as they connected citizens, and the old methods of justice could no longer keep up. Under Stanley Finch's leadership, the Bureau continued to evolve quietly, refining its methods and broadening its scope. But its very success drew attention and scrutiny. The idea of a federal investigative force still unsettled many Americans who feared anything resembling a centralized national police. The country's identity was built on local autonomy, and the memory of European secret police forces made citizens wary of government surveillance. To survive, the Bureau had to walk a delicate line, powerful enough to enforce the law, but restrained enough to maintain trust. That balance would be tested sooner than anyone expected. In 1914, Europe exploded into the First World War, and though the United States remained neutral for the first years, the ripples were immediate. Industrial espionage, sabotage, and foreign propaganda began to seep into American soil. Immigrant communities, especially those of German and Eastern European descent, came under suspicion. Labor strikes were painted as subversive, and talk of socialism or anarchism was met with growing paranoia. The Bureau, still young but now experienced, found itself at the center of this storm. The Justice Department began assigning the Bureau cases that blurred the line between criminal and political. Agents were told to investigate suspected spies, saboteurs, and radicals. Many of these assignments came not through law, but through fear, and the Bureau, eager to prove its value, complied. Its files began to fill with names of political activists, union organizers, and immigrants. Some were genuine threats, others were guilty only of unpopular opinions. The Bureau's mandate was shifting, and with it, its soul. By 1916, as tensions with Germany deepened, the Bureau's agents were involved in counter-espionage for the first time. They worked closely with the Secret Service and naval intelligence, tracing rumors of foreign plots to sabotage factories and shipping yards. The threat was real. German operatives did plant bombs and spread propaganda, but the line between vigilance and overreach grew thinner by the day. When the United States finally entered the war in 1917, everything changed. Under the new Espionage Act, the Bureau's authority expanded dramatically. It could now investigate anyone suspected of obstructing military recruitment, spreading anti-war sentiment, or aiding the enemy. The Sedition Act of 1918 went even further, criminalizing speech deemed disloyal to the government. Thousands of Americans were investigated, and hundreds were prosecuted for what they said, not what they did. The Bureau, once a quiet instrument of law, had become an engine of surveillance. Its agents attended rallies, infiltrated organizations, and opened mail. They compiled lists of disloyal citizens and reported to both the Department of Justice and the military. For the first time, the Bureau's work wasn't just about enforcing laws, it was about shaping national behavior. And with that power came consequences. Many agents were uncomfortable with their new role. The Bureau had been founded on the principles of impartial justice, but wartime hysteria made neutrality impossible. Newspapers encouraged citizens to report their neighbors. Dissent became dangerous. America, in the name of unity, turned suspicious of itself. By the war's end in 1918, the Bureau had transformed. It had more agents, more offices, and far greater reach. But it had also gained a reputation, one that would follow it for decades. To some, it was the nation's protector. To others, it was an intruder into private life. That tension between security and freedom would define the Bureau's story from that point forward. The post-war years brought a new kind of chaos. Economic instability, returning soldiers, and the fear of Bolshevism, the communist revolution that had erupted in Russia, made Americans anxious. Labor strikes and bomb scares swept the country, and newspapers warned of foreign radicals plotting to overthrow the government. In that climate, the Bureau was called upon again, this time under a new Attorney General, a Mitchell Palmer. Palmer believed the nation was under siege from within. In 1919 and 1920, he launched a massive campaign of raids against suspected radicals, the now infamous Palmer raids. Bureau agents, alongside local police, raided homes and meeting halls across the country, arresting thousands. Many were detained without warrants, held without charges, or deported with little due process. The Bureau's young assistant director during this period was a 24-year-old named J. Edgar Hoover, a man whose name would soon become synonymous with the agency itself. Hoover, then a quiet but fiercely organized bureaucrat, oversaw the compilation of thousands of files on subversive individuals. He created detailed systems of classification and indexing, the foundation of the Bureau's future intelligence methods. What began as a national panic became a machinery of information and control. Though the raids would later be condemned as unconstitutional, they revealed the Bureau's growing capacity for coordination and surveillance. By 1920, America had changed, and so had its Bureau. What began as a handful of investigators in 1908 was now a nationwide network of more than 1,000 agents and clerks equipped with systems for record-keeping, fingerprinting, and communication. Its authority had expanded into areas of espionage, counterintelligence, and domestic security. The Bureau had become a permanent fixture in the American landscape, powerful, controversial, and increasingly indispensable. But the price of that power was trust. The Palmer raids left a scar on the Bureau's reputation. Civil libertarians accused it of trampling on the Constitution. Judges questioned its legality. And within the Justice Department, some wondered whether the Bureau had grown too quickly, whether it needed restraint. Yet even as the criticism grew, one truth remained. The Bureau had proven that a national force of investigation could exist, and that it could act swiftly when the nation demanded it. The groundwork for the modern FBI had been laid. Its mission, however, was still in flux. Would it serve justice or politics, liberty or security? The answer, as history would show, would depend on who led it and how much power the nation was willing to surrender in exchange for safety. By the early 1920s, the Bureau of Investigation stood at a crossroads. It had survived its infancy, proven its worth in wartime, and learned the power and peril of influence. But the end of World War I had left America uneasy. The nation was wealthier, yes, but also restless, suspicious, and divided. Factories that once built weapons now made cars and radios. Immigrants poured into cities that pulsed with jazz, ambition, and anxiety. Organized crime was on the rise, fueled by the prohibition laws that had just outlawed alcohol. And in the midst of it all, the Bureau was still trying to decide what kind of agency it wanted to be. At its core, the Bureau was still a small group of men scattered across the country. They were known for their clean suits, quiet manners, and sharp pencils more than their pistols. Most of them had backgrounds in law, accounting, or civil service. They were investigators, not enforcers, men who built cases through paperwork and patience. Their creed was accuracy. Their purpose, at least in theory, was the impartial pursuit of justice. But beneath that calm exterior, the Bureau was under pressure. Public confidence had been shaken by the Palmer raids of 1919 and 1920. Citizens who once cheered the arrests of radicals began questioning whether the government had gone too far. Newspapers that had called the Bureau heroic during wartime were now running editorials warning of a federal inquisition. Inside the Department of Justice, there were debates about whether the Bureau should even continue to exist in its current form. Some politicians wanted it dismantled or absorbed by another agency. Amid that uncertainty, one figure quietly began to rise, a young man named J. Edgar Hoover. Hoover had joined the Department of Justice in 1917, just before America entered the war. He was brilliant, disciplined, and unflinchingly organized. By the age of 24, he had already become the head of the Bureau's Radical Division, where he managed tens of thousands of files on suspected subversives. He didn't drink, didn't smoke, and spoke with the confidence of a man twice his age. Where others saw chaos in paperwork, Hoover saw opportunity. Information was power, and he knew how to wield it. After the embarrassment of the Palmer raids, Hoover's meticulous style caught the attention of his superiors. They saw in him someone who could restore order to a bureau tainted by excess. In 1921, when Attorney General Harry Dougherty took office under President Harding, Hoover was promoted again, this time to Assistant Director. Though the Bureau still answered to the Attorney General, Hoover's influence was beginning to take root. He emphasized discipline, order, and loyalty, qualities the Bureau desperately needed. The early 1920s were a time of redefinition. America had entered the Prohibition era, and with it came a wave of organized crime unlike anything the country had seen before. Smuggling rings, speakeasies, and gang empires flourished. Men like Al Capone became household names not just for their violence, but for their ability to evade justice through corruption and intimidation. Local police were often powerless, or worse, complicit. But at that time, the Bureau of Investigation had little authority to act. Enforcement of prohibition fell to the Treasury Department's Prohibition Unit, not the Bureau. Still, as organized crime grew more sophisticated, it became clear that the country needed a stronger, more coordinated response. The Bureau began assisting with investigations that crossed state lines, financial frauds, bootlegging networks, and interstate transportation of illegal goods. It wasn't glamorous work, but it was essential groundwork. Hoover recognized that if the Bureau was to survive, it needed a reputation for precision and integrity. He began instituting strict rules for conduct. Agents were to maintain spotless personal lives, impeccable manners, and absolute discretion. "The Bureau must be respected," he once wrote, "and respect begins with the men who represent it." He banned drinking, discouraged socializing with journalists, and demanded daily reports from every field office. Agents who failed to meet his standards were dismissed without hesitation. At first, his methods seemed harsh, even bureaucratic. But gradually, the Bureau began to change. Files were standardized, investigations were documented with scientific accuracy, and every piece of evidence was catalogued. What had once been an improvised network of investigators was becoming a professional institution. The seeds of the modern FBI's structure, its hierarchy, its emphasis on discipline, its obsession with detail, were being planted. Meanwhile, outside the Bureau's walls, America was changing fast. Cities were booming, technology was accelerating, and crime was adapting with it. Criminals now used automobiles to escape state borders, telephones to coordinate operations, and airplanes to transport goods. The Bureau had to evolve or risk irrelevance. Hoover understood that evolution wasn't just about manpower, it was about method. He wanted agents who were not only moral, but scientific. To that end, the Bureau began investing in forensics. Fingerprint analysis, which had been introduced in the early 1900s, was now becoming a cornerstone of investigation. The Bureau collected fingerprints from prisons, police departments, and federal agencies, creating the foundation for what would become the largest fingerprint database in the world. It also began experimenting with ballistics, matching bullets to specific firearms, and chemical analysis for forgery detection. Slowly, crime solving was becoming a science rather than an art. The Bureau's culture was also changing. Agents were now expected to maintain a near-military level of discipline. They were to dress neatly, speak professionally, and avoid publicity. Hoover believed that an aura of mystery would command respect. Anonymity, he said, is the armor of authority. It was an idea that would define the FBI for generations: efficient, faceless, and formidable. But beneath the growing professionalism, the Bureau was still haunted by politics. Corruption scandals in the Harding administration threatened to undo years of reform. The Teapot Dome scandal, a massive case of bribery involving federal oil reserves, shook public trust in government institutions. Though the Bureau was not directly implicated, it operated in a climate of suspicion. Once again, Hoover's meticulous record-keeping proved invaluable. His insistence on documentation shielded the Bureau from accusations of misconduct, preserving its fragile credibility. By 1923, however, the Bureau's leadership was faltering. Director William J. Burns, a private detective turned government man, had turned the Bureau into something dangerously close to a political tool. Burns had a flair for publicity and wasn't afraid to use the Bureau to protect friends or investigate enemies. When the Harding administration collapsed under scandal, Burns's name became synonymous with the corruption surrounding it. That same year, the Department of Justice decided to remove Burns and appoint a new acting director, someone young, disciplined, and untainted by politics. On May 10, 1924, Attorney General Harlan Fiske Stone chose J. Edgar Hoover to take over the Bureau. The appointment would change everything. For the first time, the Bureau had a leader who wasn't a politician or a detective for hire, but a bureaucrat with a vision. Hoover's mission was simple: rebuild the Bureau's reputation, restore public trust, and make it an institution above politics. But the man who would turn the Bureau into one of the most powerful agencies in American history was also the man who would blur the line between justice and control. The age of the G-men had not yet begun, but its architect had just taken the helm. When J. Edgar Hoover assumed leadership of the Bureau of Investigation in 1924, the agency was on shaky ground. Years of political meddling, scandal, and inconsistent enforcement had left it adrift. Newspapers mocked it as ineffective, congressmen questioned its purpose, and even the Department of Justice saw it as a liability rather than an asset. The Bureau was small, disorganized, and plagued by low morale. But Hoover, then just 29 years old, was determined to transform it into something the nation could trust, and perhaps fear. He began with a purge. Within his first month as acting director, Hoover dismissed dozens of agents. Those with political ties, those who lacked qualifications, and those who had coasted through easy assignments were shown the door. The Bureau must be beyond reproach, he declared. No scandal shall ever touch it again. In their place, he began hiring a new kind of agent, men with law degrees, college education, and an appetite for discipline. Hoover wanted investigators who could interpret law, understand evidence, and follow procedure with scientific precision. The new recruits weren't cowboys or detectives. They were intellectuals in suits. Each one underwent background checks, interviews, and rigorous training. Hoover even personally reviewed personnel files to ensure agents met his strict moral standards. He forbade gambling, drinking, or fraternizing with known criminals. To Hoover, the Bureau's image was everything, and its agents would embody the modern moral face of American justice. He introduced strict internal regulations that bordered on militaristic. Agents had to file daily reports, adhere to dress codes, and maintain impeccable conduct at all times. Mistakes were recorded in personnel files. Disobedience could mean immediate dismissal. The Bureau became known for its discipline and for its fear of failure. Yet that fear drove excellence. Cases were solved faster, reports were standardized, and the Bureau's reputation began to recover. Hoover also recognized the value of public relations, though he wielded it carefully. The Bureau's image, he believed, should project competence and secrecy. Agents were instructed never to speak to the press or boast about their work. "We have no heroes," Hoover once said, "only public servants." Ironically, this self-imposed anonymity would make the Bureau, and Hoover himself, larger than life in the years to come. In 1924, Hoover launched what would become one of his greatest legacies, the Centralized Fingerprint Division. Building on systems already in place, he expanded it into a national database that collected fingerprints from every state and federal agency willing to cooperate. By 1926, the Bureau had amassed hundreds of thousands of records, allowing agents to identify suspects across jurisdictions. This was revolutionary. For the first time in history, crime could be tracked scientifically, with data rather than rumor. At the same time, Hoover introduced standardized training for agents. Previously, recruits had learned on the job, often through trial and error. Hoover created the Bureau Training School, where agents studied law, investigative methods, and forensic science. He brought in experts from universities to teach subjects like chemistry and ballistics, turning investigation into a discipline grounded in evidence rather than instinct. By the late 1920s, the Bureau's methods were more advanced than most local police departments in the country. But Hoover's ambitions extended beyond efficiency. He wanted control, not just over his agents, but over information itself. He developed an intricate filing system, categorizing every report, witness statement, and piece of evidence that crossed his desk. These files became the backbone of the Bureau's power. They allowed Hoover to track not only criminals, but politicians, journalists, and public figures. It wasn't abuse, not yet, but the foundation for what would one day make him untouchable. Publicly, Hoover presented himself as the model of order. He dressed impeccably, spoke with precision, and cultivated an aura of calm authority. Reporters who met him described him as polite but distant, a man who measured every word. He rarely raised his voice, but expected instant obedience. To his agents, he was both mentor and judge, someone to impress, but never to question. Under his leadership, the Bureau began taking on more complex cases. Fraud, corruption, and interstate crime became priorities. One early success was the prosecution of land fraud schemes involving federal property, where Bureau agents uncovered networks of businessmen falsifying documents to steal millions. Another involved breaking up banking scams that crossed state lines, a demonstration that the Bureau could do what local law enforcement could not. Still, Hoover knew that success wasn't enough. He needed respect, and respect in the public eye came from visibility. Though he forbade agents from giving interviews, he allowed the Bureau's achievements to reach newspapers through carefully managed press releases. Stories of scientific G-men began to appear. Clean-cut federal agents using fingerprints and forensics to solve crimes beyond the reach of ordinary police. The term G-man, short for government man, wouldn't become popular until the 1930s, but its roots were planted here. Meanwhile, Hoover's relationship with Attorney General Harlan Fiske Stone was one of mutual trust. Stone, a reform-minded lawyer, wanted a bureau free from political influence. Hoover delivered. "I want the Bureau to be respected," Stone told him, "but I do not want it feared." It was advice Hoover seemed to take to heart, at least for now. By the late 1920s, the Bureau had grown to nearly 650 agents, with field offices in major cities across the nation. It was no longer an experiment. It was a permanent fixture of federal law enforcement, and its director, though still young, had already begun to shape the image of modern investigation: methodical, relentless, and above all, professional. But beneath the polished exterior, something darker was forming. Hoover's obsession with control was growing. He began keeping personal files separate from official bureau records, confidential dossiers on politicians, judges, and public figures. He justified it as protective intelligence, but those who understood his methods knew the truth. Hoover was learning how to hold power without ever running for office. The public didn't see any of that. To them, the Bureau was an emblem of modern America, scientific, efficient, incorruptible. It was a symbol of hope in an age of uncertainty, as crime grew more organized and corruption spread through local governments. The newspapers wrote about Hoover's army of gentlemen, and the nation's trust, once broken, began to return. But that trust would soon be tested again. As the Roaring Twenties gave way to the Great Depression, America would face a new breed of criminal, faster, bolder, and more ruthless than anything the Bureau had seen before. Bank robbers and kidnappers would turn public fear into fascination, and the Bureau's quiet professionalism would need to become something else: action. The age of science and files was ending. The age of the G-men was about to begin. The story of the FBI's rise cannot be told without understanding the time that birthed it. The Progressive Era, a period from the late 19th century to the early 1920s, when America tried to clean its own house. Corruption, monopolies, and unchecked power had turned the nation's promise into a battleground between greed and reform. Politicians, journalists, and everyday citizens began demanding a new kind of accountability. And at the heart of this transformation stood a quiet, growing force: the federal government. The Bureau of Investigation, still young and unpolished, was about to become one of its sharpest tools. At the turn of the century, America's cities were expanding faster than the systems meant to govern them. Industrial magnates controlled entire sectors of the economy, while political machines ensured that loyalty, not law, decided justice. Muckraking journalists, names like Upton Sinclair, Ida Tarbell, and Lincoln Steffens, exposed the corruption of meatpacking plants, monopolies, and city governments. Their revelations shocked the public conscience. For the first time, Americans began to see that local control, long cherished as a cornerstone of democracy, had also allowed corruption to thrive in the shadows. It was in this environment that the idea of a national investigative force gained momentum. Reformers argued that if corporations and criminals operated across state lines, then justice had to do the same. The Department of Justice, once a modest legal advisory body, was now expanding its reach. Antitrust laws, labor regulations, and new moral codes required enforcement, and local sheriffs couldn't do it alone. President Theodore Roosevelt, the embodiment of progressive reform, played a crucial role. His administration cracked down on monopolies and demanded honesty in public office. Roosevelt believed in strong, centralized authority, not as tyranny, but as protection against it. His Attorney General, Charles Bonaparte, shared that vision. When Bonaparte quietly established the Bureau of Investigation in 1908, he wasn't just creating a team of detectives. He was laying the foundation for a modern professional federal police force, one that could rise above the chaos of local politics. By the 1910s, the Bureau's work reflected the spirit of the Progressive Era. Agents investigated white-collar crimes, land fraud, and the misuse of federal contracts. offences often ignored by local lawmen who lacked the expertise or will to confront wealthy offenders. These early cases weren't sensational, but they established a principle that would define the Bureau's mission. No one, not even the powerful, was beyond the reach of the law. As the Bureau expanded, it began to absorb the reformist ideals of the age. Scientific policing, record-keeping, and standardized training were becoming the hallmarks of modern law enforcement. The Bureau's early leaders believed that justice could be achieved through efficiency, data, and precision, not brute force. This belief fit neatly into the progressive dream of rational government. Bureau agents were expected to be disciplined, incorruptible, and methodical, the antidote to the rough, politicized world of local policing. But reform came with contradictions. The same faith in centralized power that fueled progress also bred control. The Bureau's rise meant that decisions once made by local communities were now being handed to distant officials in Washington. Progressives saw this as necessary modernization. Skeptics saw it as creeping federal intrusion. That tension between empowerment and oversight would follow the Bureau throughout its history. By the 1920s, the nation was caught between two worlds. On one side stood the remnants of old America, small towns, local sheriffs, and frontier justice. On the other was the new America, urban, industrial, interconnected, and increasingly federal. The Bureau of Investigation stood squarely in the middle, trying to reconcile the two. Its agents, polite, educated, and rule-bound, symbolized the shift from instinct to institution. At the same time, the Bureau was learning how to navigate the politics of reform. Every new administration brought a different vision of justice. Under conservative presidents, the Bureau focused on financial crimes and national security. Under progressives, it turned its attention to moral reform, policing prostitution, obscenity, and smuggling. This flexibility kept the Bureau alive, but it also blurred its purpose. Was it a legal instrument or a moral one? A protector of citizens or an enforcer of order? J. Edgar Hoover, who had now taken firm control of the Bureau, saw no contradiction. To him, morality and law were inseparable. He believed the Bureau's strength came from its moral clarity, its insistence that the law should apply equally to all. But his version of morality was rooted in control and conformity. As America moved into the modern age, Hoover's Bureau would become the embodiment of order in a world that seemed increasingly chaotic. The progressive era also marked a turning point in how Americans viewed information. Data was power. Statistics, records, and reports were treated as tools of truth. The Bureau embraced this fully. Agents became archivists of criminality, compiling files on everything from land disputes to suspected anarchists. This bureaucratic precision made the Bureau uniquely capable of tracking crime across state lines. But it also laid the groundwork for the massive intelligence apparatus that would later define the FBI. Technology was beginning to transform the landscape as well. Typewriters, telegraphs, and telephones gave the Bureau new ways to communicate. Fingerprinting, once a curiosity, was now becoming standard practice in law enforcement. By 1924, when the Bureau centralized its fingerprint division, it wasn't just keeping track of criminals, it was helping to define what it meant to be one. As the Bureau's power grew, so did its reach into the moral life of the nation. The progressive era's crusade for clean living meant new laws governing alcohol, gambling, and prostitution. Though these were meant to uplift society, they often blurred the line between crime and sin. The Bureau found itself enforcing laws that reflected moral anxieties as much as criminal behavior. This overlap between morality and justice would continue to shape its work for decades, especially as Hoover's personal beliefs began to influence national policy. By the mid-1920s, the Bureau had become a paradox. It was both modern and moral, scientific and subjective. It promised efficiency but demanded obedience. It stood for progress but relied on control. And yet, in the eyes of the public, it represented something deeply reassuring: order in a rapidly changing world. The progressive era had birthed a new America, one where federal authority could reach every corner of the nation, from Wall Street offices to dusty frontier towns. The Bureau of Investigation, molded by this vision, was ready to enforce it. But the true test of its power and its restraint was still to come. The roaring decade ahead would challenge every ideal it stood for. By the late 1920s, the Bureau of Investigation had moved far beyond its humble beginnings as a small, experimental office inside the Department of Justice. It had survived political scandals, wartime paranoia, and the uncertain transitions of power. But now, under J. Edgar Hoover's disciplined direction and the lingering influence of the progressive era, the Bureau was evolving into something far more ambitious: a moral guardian for a restless nation. The United States in the 1920s was both dazzling and divided. Skyscrapers rose over New York, automobiles crowded city streets, and radios carried jazz and news into millions of homes. It was a time of invention and rebellion, wealth and corruption. While one half of the country celebrated modernity, the other half feared moral collapse. Traditional values clashed with new freedoms, and in that conflict, the Bureau found opportunity. Hoover understood that America's anxieties could be harnessed into authority. He presented the Bureau as a force for order in a decade that often seemed lawless. As prohibition fueled a black market empire of bootleggers and gangsters, local police found themselves overwhelmed or compromised. Corruption infiltrated city halls, and judges were bribed to look the other way. Though the Bureau wasn't directly responsible for enforcing prohibition, that duty belonged to the Treasury's Prohibition Unit. Hoover's agents often stepped in when cases crossed state lines or involved interstate smuggling. Each successful raid or arrest helped restore the Bureau's image as incorruptible and efficient. But the Bureau's growing influence wasn't just about crime, it was about morality. The progressive era had left behind a belief that the government could and should shape the moral character of the nation. Laws like the Mann Act, passed in 1910, were designed to combat immorality across state borders. The Bureau had been enforcing it for years, but under Hoover it became a cornerstone of the agency's mission. Officially, the law targeted the trafficking of women for prostitution. In practice, its vague wording allowed agents to investigate anyone accused of transporting women for immoral purposes, a definition that often extended to consensual relationships deemed socially improper. For Hoover, the Mann Act cases served a dual purpose. They gave the Bureau visibility. Headlines about white slavery stirred public outrage, and they allowed him to present the Bureau as a defender of moral order. The agents were not just enforcers of law, but guardians of decency. Yet beneath that moral facade lay an uncomfortable truth. The Bureau's work was starting to blur the line between justice and judgment. Meanwhile, organized crime was flourishing in ways no one had predicted. Bootlegging empires like Al Capone's Chicago outfit turned prohibition into a billion-dollar business. Gang violence filled newspapers with stories of gunfights and assassinations. The Bureau watched from the sidelines at first, limited by its jurisdiction. But Hoover saw what was coming. The rise of nationally connected criminal networks proved his long-standing argument. America needed a centralized modern police force to combat threats that crossed state lines. In 1927, the Bureau began developing new tools and partnerships to prepare for that future. It collaborated with local law enforcement agencies, offering training and access to its growing fingerprint database. The Bureau's reputation for professionalism gave it an advantage. Police departments across the country began modeling themselves on Hoover's strict standards. The Bureau's Washington headquarters became the nerve center of a national web of information, connecting detectives from New York to Los Angeles through reports, files, and coded telegrams. Still, Hoover wanted more. He envisioned the Bureau as the nation's ultimate law enforcement agency, one that could step in whenever state or local authorities failed. To achieve that, he needed to prove that his methods worked. The Bureau's Scientific Crime Detection Laboratory, founded in the late 1920s, became the embodiment of that ideal. Forensic analysis, ballistic comparison, and document examination turned crime-solving into an exact science. Facts, Hoover would often say, are the bedrock of justice. But Hoover's reliance on facts came with an irony. The more he demanded control through evidence, the more he controlled how that evidence was seen. The Bureau became increasingly centralized. Every investigation, every report, and every press statement had to go through Hoover's office. This made the agency more efficient, but also more rigid. Independent judgment among agents was discouraged. Loyalty to the Bureau, and to Hoover himself, was paramount. The Bureau's public image was another masterpiece of Hoover's making. He carefully cultivated relationships with journalists, feeding them sanitized details of cases that showed the Bureau in a heroic light. He allowed the press to print stories of federal men who worked tirelessly, cleanly, and without personal gain. These narratives built a mythology that would soon evolve into the legend of the G-Men. For now, however, the Bureau's reputation remained one of quiet authority, a distant but reassuring presence in an America still searching for stability. The late 1920s were also a time of cultural contradiction. On one hand, modern science and technology promised a rational future. On the other, moral crusades sought to preserve the soul of the nation. The Bureau, in many ways, stood at the crossroads of these two forces. Its agents carried fingerprint kits and revolvers in one hand, and a code of moral conduct in the other. They saw themselves as both scientists and soldiers, defenders of an America that was as much about ideals as it was about laws. As the decade drew to a close, the world outside the Bureau's control began to crumble. The stock market crash of 1929 sent shockwaves across the country. Banks failed, unemployment soared, and despair replaced the optimism of the Roaring Twenties. In this new era of uncertainty, crime would evolve once again, and the Bureau would have to evolve with it. The Great Depression would give rise to desperate men, outlaws, bank robbers, and fugitives who became folk legends in a time of poverty. The Bureau's quiet professionalism would soon transform into a spectacle of pursuit and firepower. It was about to become the face of American justice, disciplined, efficient, and armed with the authority to chase criminals anywhere they ran. But before the Bureau could become a symbol of national pride, it had to survive its greatest test yet, proving that it could bring order to a country slipping into chaos. The next decade would not only define the Bureau's mission, but cement J. Edgar Hoover's power as its undisputed architect. The age of law and morality was ending. The age of fear and authority was about to begin. The 1930s opened with the sound of panic. The Great Depression had swept across America like a storm, leaving behind a nation of shuttered banks, hungry families, and desperate men. For millions, survival became the only law that mattered. And where law faltered, crime filled the void. It was an age of robbers and fugitives, of men who became legends by defying authority and taking what the system could no longer provide. Yet amid that chaos, another kind of power was quietly rising: the Bureau of Investigation. Under J. Edgar Hoover, it was transforming from a modest office into a vast, disciplined bureaucracy, one that would soon become the symbol of American order in a world that seemed to have lost all sense of it. By 1930, the Bureau had already proven its efficiency and discipline, but Hoover wasn't satisfied. He wanted an institution that would outlast politicians, one that would be respected not merely for what it did, but for what it represented. To achieve that, he began reshaping the Bureau into something more than a collection of agents. It became a system, precise and unyielding. Every case, every memo, every fingerprint followed a strict chain of command. Bureau procedure became law, and Hoover's word became gospel. At the heart of Hoover's vision was order. He saw chaos as the enemy of justice, and chaos was everywhere. Across the country, banks were being robbed, trains hijacked, and payrolls stolen. Criminals like John Dillinger, Babyface Nelson, and Pretty Boy Floyd turned headlines into folklore. They were fast, charismatic, and ruthless, and their ability to cross state lines made them untouchable to local police. America, desperate for heroes, turned some of these criminals into icons. Hoover saw them as an opportunity. In 1933, after years of lobbying, the Bureau's authority finally expanded. Congress passed new laws allowing federal agents to carry firearms and make arrests, powers they had never officially possessed before. For the first time, Bureau men were not just investigators, but enforcers. They could now chase criminals across state borders without waiting for local permission. This transformation marked the birth of the modern FBI in all but name. The nation had a federal police force, and Hoover was its architect. But Hoover's Bureau wasn't built on guns and badges alone. It was built on paper, an empire of files, forms, and documentation. Every case, no matter how small, was recorded, indexed, and preserved. Agents learned early that accuracy was more than professionalism. It was survival. Mistakes could end careers. Every report had to be typed in a specific format, every fact verified 3 times. Even internal memos followed rigid templates. Hoover once told his agents, "There is no freedom in the Bureau, only responsibility." It was both a warning and a promise. That structure made the Bureau efficient, but it also made it insular. Hoover's obsession with control extended to every detail of operation. Agents were forbidden to speak directly with reporters or share information without approval from headquarters. Even conversations with local police were carefully monitored. In an age when communication was becoming faster, Hoover insisted that nothing, not even a telegram, leave the Bureau without being reviewed. He understood something few others did. Information was power, and whoever controlled it could shape history. The Bureau's growing sophistication coincided with a public hunger for order. The 1930s were an era of fear of poverty, of instability, of lawlessness. Americans wanted to believe that someone, somewhere, still had control. Hoover gave them that image. He cultivated a vision of the Bureau as clean, disciplined, and incorruptible. When newspapers began publishing photos of agents in fedoras and suits standing beside captured criminals, the message was clear. the Bureau was winning the war against chaos. The Bureau's first major public victory came with the capture and eventual death of John Dillinger in 1934. Dillinger, who had robbed more than a dozen banks and escaped jail twice, had become a folk hero to the unemployed masses. But Hoover turned the story on its head. He framed Dillinger not as a rebellious everyman, but as a symbol of anarchy, a threat to national stability. When Bureau agents cornered Dillinger outside Chicago's Biograph Theater, the shootout that ended his life became national news. Newspapers hailed the Bureau as America's new guardian, and Hoover's name became synonymous with justice. Behind the scenes, however, the Bureau was changing into something colder and more calculating. Success bred bureaucracy. Hoover expanded the agency's administrative divisions, introducing departments for records, training, science, and public relations. He demanded daily status reports from every field office and monitored agents' performance with mathematical precision. Promotions were based not on bravery, but on compliance and efficiency. In Hoover's bureau, loyalty mattered more than glory. Hoover also used his growing influence to secure funding for new technologies. The Bureau's technical laboratory, soon to be known simply as the FBI Lab, began pioneering ballistics testing, handwriting analysis, and forensic chemistry. These advances gave Hoover the credibility he craved. The Bureau could now claim to solve crimes through science rather than luck, cementing its reputation as the most advanced law enforcement agency in the world. Yet beneath its polished image, the Bureau's rigidity was creating cracks. Agents who thrived in Hoover's structured environment were efficient but cautious. Those who resisted the rules found themselves dismissed or demoted. Creativity and dissent had no place in the Bureau's hierarchy. Hoover demanded obedience, not innovation. Over time, the Bureau became less a team of independent investigators and more an extension of his will. Still, to the public, Hoover's formula worked. America saw the Bureau as a symbol of hope, proof that law could prevail even in desperate times. The media reinforced this image through films and radio dramas that celebrated G-men as fearless heroes. Hoover personally approved scripts and sometimes rewrote them, ensuring the Bureau's portrayal aligned with his ideal: disciplined, moral, and always victorious. But not everyone shared the enthusiasm. Some journalists and lawmakers began warning that Hoover's Bureau was becoming too powerful, too secretive, too insulated from oversight. The Bureau's growing surveillance capabilities, including the quiet collection of political and personal information, made civil libertarians uneasy. For now, those concerns were whispers drowned out by applause. The Depression had made Americans willing to trade a measure of freedom for the promise of safety. By the mid-1930s, Hoover had achieved what no lawman before him had. He had turned a once-embattled agency into a national institution. The Bureau's reach extended into nearly every state. Its agents were disciplined like soldiers, and its methods were unmatched in precision. The age of improvisation was over. America now had a bureaucracy of justice, an empire built on paperwork, fingerprints, and control. But power, once gained, is never easily surrendered. The Bureau had become indispensable, and Hoover had become irreplaceable. The line between order and obsession was already beginning to blur. The machine he built would soon define an entire era, and eventually outgrow even him. By the mid-1930s, the Bureau of Investigation had become more than just a government agency. It had become a national symbol. Its agents, the so-called G-men, were the clean-cut defenders of law and order in an age of chaos. The newspapers idolized them, Hollywood celebrated them, and the public desperate for hope, believed in them. But behind the Bureau's shining image lay a truth far more complicated. The institution was not just a machine of justice, it was the personal creation of one man, J. Edgar Hoover, whose ambition, discipline, and paranoia would shape its destiny for decades. After the Bureau's victory against John Dillinger and other Depression-era gangsters, Hoover found himself in a rare position for a government bureaucrat, a national hero. The press called him America's top cop. But Hoover was no ordinary public servant. He was a strategist who understood the power of perception better than anyone else in Washington. He knew that public trust was as valuable as political approval, and he would go to extraordinary lengths to protect both. Hoover began building what could only be described as a cult of the Bureau. Everything about the institution, from its agents to its offices, was designed to project authority. Agents were required to maintain a pristine appearance, dark suits, white shirts, polished shoes. Their demeanor was to be polite yet distant, confident yet controlled. To Hoover, appearance was not vanity, it was a weapon. The image of the Bureau, he wrote, must inspire respect and obedience before a single word is spoken. He also imposed a near-military code of conduct. Agents who missed deadlines, failed to maintain order in their files, or disobeyed protocol were reprimanded or dismissed. Even minor infractions, an unpressed uniform, an error in a report, could end a career. The Bureau's internal culture became one of quiet fear and relentless precision. And yet, this very discipline was what made it work. The Bureau moved with machine-like efficiency, its agents loyal and indistinguishable, its leadership absolute. To the public, the Bureau's transformation looked like progress. Hoover's insistence on scientific investigation led to rapid advances in forensics. The FBI laboratory, officially established in 1932, was already revolutionizing the field. It analyzed handwriting, gunpowder residue, fibers, and even soil samples, tools that local police departments couldn't dream of affording. The lab's success stories became public relations gold. Every solved case, every conviction won through scientific evidence reinforced the idea that the Bureau was not just efficient, it was infallible. Hollywood soon joined the cause. Movies like G-Men, 1935, starring James Cagney, turned Hoover's agents into pop culture icons. Though Cagney had built his career playing gangsters, this time he portrayed a lawman, a clear sign that America's loyalties had shifted. Hoover personally approved the film's script and even offered technical advice. The result was more than entertainment. It was propaganda, pure and effective. Audiences left theaters believing the Bureau was the ultimate force for good, incorruptible, methodical, and unstoppable. Behind the glamour, however, Hoover was tightening his grip. He expanded the Bureau's records division, a massive repository of criminal data, fingerprints, and intelligence reports. Every file that entered the Bureau was meticulously cross-referenced, indexed, and archived. Hoover could, at a moment's notice, retrieve information on anyone, not just criminals, but judges, politicians, and journalists. The Bureau's data empire gave him quiet leverage over Washington. No one dared cross him, because no one knew just how much he knew. His obsession with information also shaped his management style. Hoover demanded daily memos on ongoing cases, personnel issues, and even rumors. Agents were expected to report every conversation, every development, and every potential threat. The result was a flood of paperwork, a river of knowledge that flowed directly to Hoover's desk. Nothing escaped his attention. He knew his agents' strengths, their weaknesses, their private habits. To some, he was a visionary administrator. To others, a man consumed by control. Publicly, Hoover presented himself as humble and patriotic. He declined personal publicity whenever possible, insisting that all praise belonged to the Bureau. But privately, he cultivated loyalty through fear. Senior staffers knew that disagreement was dangerous. Those who challenged his policies were quietly transferred or dismissed. Over time, Hoover built a leadership circle that echoed his beliefs and reinforced his methods. It wasn't democracy, it was devotion. Yet for all his flaws, Hoover's obsession achieved something remarkable. The Bureau had become a model of modern government, organized, efficient, and above corruption. In an age when scandals plagued other federal offices, the Bureau stood apart. Congressmen praised its integrity, newspapers lauded its professionalism, and the public viewed it as a fortress of justice. For the average American, Hoover's Bureau represented safety in uncertain times. Still, power rarely rests quietly. As the Bureau's fame grew, so did its reach. Hoover began expanding its authority into areas that blurred the line between law enforcement and intelligence. The Bureau investigated not just criminals, but subversives, anyone deemed a potential threat to national order. This included communists, anarchists, and occasionally journalists or activists. Though the country wasn't yet at war, Hoover saw ideology itself as a danger to stability. His definition of enemy was elastic, and the Bureau's surveillance quietly widened. By the end of the 1930s, the Bureau's influence stretched across every state. Its fingerprint division contained millions of records. Its field officers communicated through secure radio channels. Its agents had earned reputations as professionals who solved cases without bias or bluster. But inside the Bureau, a new truth had taken hold. Justice was no longer just about right and wrong. It was about control. And Hoover's control was absolute. He answered to the Attorney General in name, but in practice, few dared interfere with him. Presidents came and went. Hoover remained. His careful cultivation of public trust made him politically untouchable. Any administration that challenged him risked appearing soft on crime. In an era when law and order were sacred, that was political suicide. Hoover had built something extraordinary, a government agency that transcended government itself. It was a fortress of discipline, a network of intelligence, and a monument to one man's vision. But the cost of that perfection was freedom, not only for those outside the Bureau, but for those within it. As the 1930s drew to a close, the Bureau's reputation reached its peak. The gangsters were gone, the files were growing, and the G-men were national heroes. Yet just beyond the horizon, another storm was gathering, one that would test everything Hoover had built. The world was once again on the brink of war, and the Bureau was about to become something even greater and far more dangerous. When the United States entered World War I in 1917, the Bureau of Investigation, still small and little known, found itself thrust into a new and unsettling role. What had once been a quiet office handling fraud and land disputes was suddenly tasked with protecting the nation from spies, saboteurs, and ideological enemies. The war, though fought overseas, had unleashed a battle for loyalty at home. The Bureau was about to become the government's chief instrument of surveillance, and in the process, it would discover just how easily patriotism could become power. At the start of the war, the Bureau had fewer than 300 agents. It lacked the manpower, technology, and experience needed to handle national security threats. Yet the federal government was desperate. Reports of German espionage, bomb plots, and industrial sabotage had ignited paranoia across the country. Newspapers published stories of German spies hiding in factories and shipyards. Politicians warned that anarchists and labor organizers might undermine the war effort from within. The atmosphere was thick with suspicion, and the Bureau was asked to investigate all of it. Under the Espionage Act of 1917, the Bureau's authority expanded almost overnight. Its agents were now responsible for identifying and arresting anyone suspected of aiding the enemy, obstructing military recruitment, or spreading disloyal ideas. What began as a counter-espionage mission quickly turned into a campaign against dissent. The Bureau investigated journalists, union leaders, and even ordinary citizens who criticized the government or questioned the war. Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer, then an ambitious politician with presidential dreams, saw in this moment an opportunity. He directed the Bureau to pursue radicals and enemy sympathizers with unmatched zeal. The Bureau complied, often without warrants or clear evidence. Agents infiltrated public meetings, monitored mail, and eavesdropped on telephone calls. Many Americans, eager to prove their patriotism, sent letters to the Bureau accusing neighbors or co-workers of disloyal behavior. It was a time when fear and nationalism blurred the boundaries of justice. At the center of this transformation was a young, methodical bureaucrat named J. Edgar Hoover. In 1919, at just 24 years old, Hoover was placed in charge of the Radical Division, which focused on tracking and suppressing domestic subversives. Hoover approached the task with the precision of an archivist and the fervor of a crusader. He compiled thousands of files on suspected radicals, socialists, anarchists, pacifists, and immigrants, categorizing them by ideology, ethnicity, and political affiliation. His index cards, meticulously typed and cross-referenced, would become the blueprint for the Bureau's future intelligence operations. Meanwhile, the social climate outside the Bureau's walls was deteriorating. Labor strikes swept across cities, fueled by inflation, unemployment, and poor working conditions. The press painted these strikes as the work of foreign agitators, and public patience with dissent ran thin. When a series of mail bombs targeted politicians and business leaders in 1919, one of which destroyed part of Attorney General Palmer's home, the country erupted in panic. Palmer seized the moment, declaring a nationwide campaign to root out radicals. What followed became one of the most controversial episodes in the Bureau's early history: the Palmer raids. In late 1919 and early 1920, Bureau agents, assisted by local police, conducted coordinated raids across more than 30 cities. They stormed homes, union halls, and meeting places, arresting thousands of people, many without warrants or formal charges. The raids were chaotic, sweeping up not only actual anarchists, but also immigrants and citizens who had committed no crime beyond attending the wrong meeting or speaking the wrong language. Hoover's Radical Division handled the logistics. Every name, address, and suspected organization was meticulously recorded. Special attention was given to immigrants from Eastern Europe who were viewed as potential carriers of Bolshevik ideas. Hundreds were deported, including the famous anarchist Emma Goldman, whose writings had long criticized capitalism and government repression. Initially, the public applauded the raids. Newspapers praised Palmer and the Bureau for protecting the nation from Red Terror. But the celebration didn't last. Reports soon surfaced of detainees being mistreated, denied legal counsel, or held in overcrowded cells for weeks. Judges began questioning the legality of the raids. Civil libertarians accused the Bureau of abusing its power and violating the Constitution. What began as a patriotic crusade was quickly turning into a scandal. By the spring of 1920, the political tide had turned. The worst of the revolutionary fears had subsided, and the promised uprising of radicals never materialized. The Palmer raids, once hailed as necessary, were now seen as reckless overreach. Attorney General Palmer's political career collapsed, and the Bureau's reputation suffered serious damage. For a time, it seemed the agency might not survive the backlash. Yet within this turmoil, Hoover's star was rising. He had demonstrated an unmatched ability to organize information, direct operations, and maintain internal discipline. Though critics condemned the raids, few questioned Hoover's efficiency. His methodical indexing system had given the Bureau a level of structure it had never possessed before. What others saw as paperwork, Hoover saw as power, the ability to track, categorize, and control knowledge. After the raids, the Bureau quietly shifted its focus. While its public image needed repair, its infrastructure had grown stronger. The systems Hoover built, centralized files, coded classifications, and cross-referenced intelligence became permanent fixtures. The Bureau had tasted the reach of national surveillance and learned just how quickly fear could justify it. By the end of 1919, the Bureau was no longer just a law enforcement agency. It had become an early prototype of a domestic intelligence service, a role it would refine and expand over the next several decades. And Hoover, though still in his 20s, had learned a lesson he would never forget. Information, once gathered, could be used for power long after the crisis had passed. The war was over, but its consequences had only begun. The Bureau had discovered its strength, its limits, and its temptation. The seeds of its future dominance were already sown, hidden in the files of the radical division, waiting to grow. Soon, as America entered the roaring 1920s, the Bureau would trade secrecy for spectacle, scandal for order, and fear for authority. The next era would bring both fame and infamy, and cement Hoover's place as the most powerful unelected man in America. The Red Scare had burned itself out by the early 1920s, leaving behind a nation exhausted by fear and suspicion. Factories reopened, soldiers returned home, and the roaring engines of the new decade promised prosperity. But beneath that optimism lingered a residue of distrust, a belief that unseen enemies still lurked in the nation's shadows. And among the few who truly understood how to exploit that fear was a man who had risen quietly from the chaos, J. Edgar Hoover. The Palmer raids had made Hoover famous within Washington, even as they damaged the Bureau's public reputation. While Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer's political career collapsed in scandal, Hoover emerged relatively unscathed. His ability to organize, to manage vast quantities of data, and to maintain control during crisis impressed those in power. He was young, disciplined, and fiercely loyal, exactly the qualities the Department of Justice wanted to rebuild its tarnished investigative branch. By 1921, Hoover had been promoted to Assistant Director of the Bureau of Investigation. He now oversaw much of its day-to-day operations, and though his title suggested subordination, his influence extended into every department. Hoover was the Bureau's mind, and increasingly, its will. He reorganized departments, imposed stricter filing systems, and introduced efficiency reports to measure every agent's productivity. Where Palmer's Bureau had been impulsive and political, Hoover's was methodical, almost mechanical. He was determined never to repeat the chaos of the raids. Publicly, he emphasized legality, professionalism, and restraint. Privately, he continued refining the intelligence-gathering systems he had pioneered in the radical division. The Bureau's central files expanded rapidly, containing detailed records of anyone deemed subversive: labor leaders, activists, writers, and immigrants. The war had ended, but the machinery of surveillance it created was here to stay. Hoover had learned the Bureau's greatest lesson: once fear gives the state new powers, it rarely gives them back. The early 1920s also brought a new kind of challenge: corruption. The federal government, now flush with money from post-war growth, was drowning in scandal. Under President Warren G. Harding, political favors and bribery reached unprecedented levels. The infamous Teapot Dome scandal, involving the illegal leasing of federal oil reserves, nearly destroyed public trust in Washington. The Department of Justice was not immune. Its own head, Attorney General Harry Daugherty, was accused of accepting bribes and obstructing investigations. The Bureau of Investigation, which operated under Daugherty's authority, suffered from guilt by association. It needed reform, and fast. That reform would come in the form of Hoover. When Daugherty finally resigned in disgrace in 1924, the new Attorney General, Harlan Fiske Stone, set out to restore the department's integrity. Stone was a man of principle, a Columbia Law School dean who valued transparency and independence. He wanted the Bureau to be professional, not political, a law enforcement body free from manipulation. To achieve that, he needed a new leader. At just 29 years old, J. Edgar Hoover was appointed acting director of the Bureau of Investigation on May 10, 1924. His appointment was met with cautious optimism. To the public, Hoover was a clean slate, a bureaucrat untouched by the corruption scandals of the Harding years. To Stone, he represented a new beginning. "I want the Bureau to be respected," Stone famously said, "but I do not want it feared." Hoover took those words to heart, though perhaps not in the way Stone intended. The first thing Hoover did was purge the Bureau. Within weeks, he dismissed dozens of agents accused of incompetence or corruption. He implemented a strict merit-based hiring system requiring background checks, written examinations, and, whenever possible, college education. Gone were the political appointees and part-time detectives. Hoover wanted professionals, men who would treat law enforcement as a science, not a favor. He also introduced a new standard of conduct. Agents were to maintain moral discipline both in and out of the office. Gambling, drinking, and public misbehavior were grounds for dismissal. Even personal appearance mattered. Hoover demanded polished shoes, pressed suits, and conservative manners. To him, the Bureau's image was inseparable from its credibility. The public had to trust that its agents were as orderly as the laws they enforced. Under Hoover's direction, the Bureau began to rebuild its reputation through results rather than rhetoric. It cracked down on fraud, white-collar crime, and violations of the Mann Act, while quietly reorganizing its administrative structure. Every investigation followed a standardized process. Every report was formatted identically. The Bureau's new motto was efficiency, discipline, and integrity. But Hoover's reforms were not purely administrative. He understood that information, organized, indexed, and centralized, was power. He expanded the Bureau's fingerprint collection into a national database and began compiling comprehensive criminal identification files. In an age before computers, this was revolutionary. Hoover believed that order could be engineered, not just within the Bureau, but across the entire justice system. At the same time, Hoover began cultivating a cautious relationship with the press. Unlike his predecessors, who often sought headlines, Hoover preferred quiet influence. He released only carefully worded statements, highlighting the Bureau's professionalism while downplaying its past controversies. It was the beginning of a public relations strategy that would define his entire career. Control the story, and you control the perception of truth. Inside the Bureau, Hoover's leadership inspired both admiration and fear. His agents respected his precision and tireless work ethic, but they also feared his intolerance for error. Hoover read every major report personally, often marking mistakes in red ink. Agents who disappointed him were reassigned to remote posts or dismissed entirely. Yet for all his severity, the Bureau thrived under his system. Efficiency improved, cases closed faster, and Congress began approving larger budgets. By the mid-1920s, Hoover had turned the Bureau into a symbol of modern professionalism. Its agents were no longer seen as political errand runners, but as educated men of science and law. The Bureau's headquarters, though still modest, buzzed with activity, filled with typewriters, telegraphs, and a growing army of clerks who filed and indexed every scrap of information that crossed their desks. The era of the gentleman investigator had begun. Still, Hoover's ambitions reached further. He wanted the Bureau to be more than efficient. He wanted it to be indispensable, to ensure that he made himself indispensable to it. Every decision, from budget allocations to field assignments, required his approval. Every memo passed through his office. The Bureau's hierarchy became vertical, its loyalty absolute. In the process, Hoover transformed it from a federal agency into an extension of his own will. Few could have imagined how long that will would endure. In the years that followed, Hoover would hold his position through 8 presidents, 2 world wars, and decades of social change. But in 1924, as he sat behind his desk, organizing the Bureau's first personnel files, he was simply a man rebuilding a broken institution. He was restoring faith in federal law enforcement, brick by brick, and without realizing it, laying the foundation for his own empire. The Bureau had survived the Red Scare, the scandals, and the politics. It had emerged leaner, stricter, and more focused than ever. The fear that once fueled its excesses had been replaced by something more stable: order. But the lesson Hoover carried with him was clear. Fear was a tool, and tools could always be used again. Soon, the calm professionalism of the 1920s would give way to the violent storms of the 1930s. Bank robbers, kidnappers, and organized criminals would rise from the ashes of the Great Depression, and Hoover's Bureau would meet them head-on, armed with discipline, science, and a growing taste for control. When J. Edgar Hoover officially became director of the Bureau of Investigation in 1924, few could have predicted that he would remain in that role for nearly half a century. He was only 29 years old, precise in speech, immaculate in dress, and already known for his near-obsessive devotion to discipline. To many in Washington, he seemed like a temporary solution, a bureaucratic caretaker appointed to restore order to a scandal-ridden agency. But to Hoover, this was the beginning of something far greater. He saw not an office to manage, but an empire to build. The Bureau Hoover inherited was small and uncertain. It had just over 600 agents scattered across poorly coordinated field offices, many working without proper training or oversight. Files were disorganized, morale was low, and the Bureau's authority remained limited. The scandals of the Harding administration had eroded public trust, and even inside the Department of Justice, few believed the Bureau could ever become a respected institution. Hoover's task was clear: rebuild the Bureau's credibility, and in doing so, redefine the meaning of federal law enforcement. Hoover's first act as director was symbolic of his philosophy. He purged. Dozens of agents were dismissed within months. Those with political ties or questionable conduct were replaced with men who met his new standards: educated, moral, and loyal. For the first time in Bureau history, All new recruits were required to have either a law or accounting degree. Hoover wasn't looking for brawlers or adventurers. He wanted professionals. He envisioned agents as modern knights of order, intelligent, restrained, and guided by procedure rather than impulse. To enforce this vision, Hoover imposed a rigid code of conduct. Agents were forbidden from drinking, gambling, or frequenting nightclubs. They were expected to dress conservatively, speak formally, and maintain clean personal records. Any deviation, even minor, could end a career. Hoover's philosophy was simple. If the Bureau demanded respect, its men must embody perfection. It wasn't enough to enforce the law, they had to represent it. He also restructured the Bureau's internal hierarchy. Gone were the days of regional independence and inconsistent standards. Every case, report, and memo now followed a chain of command leading directly to Hoover's desk. He created specialized divisions for administration, identification, and training, ensuring that no single department could operate outside his oversight. Every piece of information, no matter how trivial, was recorded, filed, and cross-referenced. What began as an effort to increase efficiency quickly evolved into one of the most comprehensive intelligence systems in the world. In Hoover's Bureau, information was not merely a tool, it was a weapon. He expanded the fingerprint division established in 1924, transforming it into a national database. By the late 1920s, the Bureau's identification division contained millions of fingerprint cards submitted by police departments, military agencies, and even private employers. Each print was catalogued by pattern, name, and classification number, allowing agents to identify suspects within hours, a revolutionary feat at the time. To maintain consistency, Hoover introduced detailed manuals outlining every aspect of Bureau procedure. These documents covered everything from interview techniques to file management, written with the precision of a military handbook. He believed that law enforcement should function like an exact science, predictable, measurable, and free from emotion. To that end, he emphasized the use of forensic evidence over intuition, logic over luck. Hoover also recognized the growing importance of public perception. He had learned from the failures of previous administrations that public trust was fragile and reputation was the foundation of authority. Rather than chasing headlines, Hoover cultivated quiet respect. He banned agents from speaking to the press and established a central press office that approved all official statements. Any information released to the media was carefully edited to portray the Bureau as efficient, moral, and non-partisan. The transformation was swift. Within just a few years, the Bureau's image shifted from a disorganized office to a model of modern professionalism. Congress, impressed by Hoover's reforms, approved new funding and granted the Bureau expanded authority to investigate crimes that crossed state lines. For the first time, the Bureau began handling complex cases involving interstate fraud, banking violations, and kidnapping. But Hoover's ambitions reached far beyond competence. He wanted power, institutional, permanent power that could not be undone by elections or administrations. To achieve that, he needed two things: results and loyalty. The first came through science. Hoover expanded the Bureau's use of forensic methods, laying the groundwork for what would become the FBI laboratory. He recruited chemists, ballistics experts, and document analysts, bringing science into the heart of investigation. This innovation gave the Bureau a reputation for accuracy that local police forces couldn't match. Every solved case, every fingerprint match, every ballistics test became proof that the Bureau was indispensable. The second came through control. Hoover's leadership style was absolute. He monitored his agents' reports meticulously, marking errors in red ink. Promotions were granted not for initiative, but for obedience. The Bureau was no place for improvisation. It was a machine, and Hoover was its engineer. He also began building a private network of influence. Quietly, Hoover compiled personal files on public officials, journalists, and prominent citizens. These files contained letters, rumors, and confidential reports, material that could, if necessary, be used as leverage. Though this practice would remain secret for decades, it formed the shadow foundation of Hoover's authority. No one in Washington, not even the president, could afford to underestimate the man who knew everyone's secrets. By the end of the 1920s, the Bureau had transformed. It was no longer the hesitant agency born in the progressive era. It was efficient, hierarchical, and intimidating, a reflection of its director's personality. Hoover had taken the chaos of the early 20th century and replaced it with order, method, and control. Yet beyond the Bureau's polished image, America itself was entering turbulence. The Great Depression was about to rewrite the nation's story. Crime would no longer be a matter of fraud or moral vice. It would become a desperate act of survival. Gangsters and outlaws would rise to fill the economic void, creating a new class of criminals that defied the law with speed, firepower, and charisma. And when that happened, Hoover would seize the moment. The quiet bureaucrat would become the face of national law enforcement, the man who turned the Bureau of Investigation into the Federal Bureau of Investigation. He had built the foundation. Now, the world would test its strength. The Great Depression hit the United States like a slow-motion catastrophe. Banks failed, factories shut down, and entire families lost their livelihoods overnight. By 1932, more than 12 million Americans were unemployed. Breadlines snaked through city streets, and hope was a luxury most could no longer afford. In the vacuum left by despair and disorder, a new kind of outlaw emerged, one who robbed banks not out of greed, but out of defiance. They became the folk heroes of a desperate age, their exploits romanticized by newspapers hungry for distraction. And while America admired these outlaws, J. Edgar Hoover saw only an opportunity. To Hoover, the wave of crime that swept the nation during the early 1930s was both a challenge and a gift. It was the perfect justification for his lifelong mission, to transform the Bureau of Investigation into a force of national authority. The public might idolize figures like John Dillinger, Pretty Boy Floyd, or Bonnie and Clyde, but Hoover intended to replace their mythology with one of his own, the mythology of the G-Man, the government man who could not be corrupted, outrun, or outsmarted. At the start of the decade, the Bureau was still hamstrung by legal limits. Its agents could investigate but not arrest. They could pursue criminals across state lines, but had to rely on local police to make the capture. Hoover knew this had to change. With the backing of the new Attorney General Homer Cummings and President Franklin D. Roosevelt, he lobbied Congress for stronger federal authority. The result was a series of laws passed between 1933 and 1935 that transformed the Bureau's jurisdiction. Agents were now authorized to carry firearms, make arrests, and investigate crimes such as bank robbery, kidnapping, and interstate flight, offenses that had previously been the domain of local law enforcement. The timing could not have been more perfect. The nation's most notorious criminals were already in motion. Gangs roamed from state to state, looting banks, hijacking trucks, and evading capture by exploiting jurisdictional gaps. The Bureau now had the legal right, and Hoover the political mandate, to hunt them down. But Hoover's genius wasn't only in law, it was in image. He understood that the Bureau's rise depended on the public's perception. He carefully crafted the identity of the G-Men, agents of the government who were as disciplined and fearless as the criminals were wild and reckless. They wore dark suits, carried badges, and spoke little. Their methods were clean, efficient, and scientific, the embodiment of law in an age of chaos. To make this image stick, Hoover turned to one of the most powerful tools of the era, the press. He granted select journalists access to sanitized accounts of bureau operations, ensuring that newspapers portrayed his agents as national heroes. He even hired a full-time press liaison to coordinate the bureau's public relations, controlling every story that bore its name. "Crime," Hoover once said, "is fought in the courtroom, but won in the headlines." The campaign worked. When bureau agents finally cornered and killed John Dillinger outside Chicago's Biograph Theater in 1934, it marked a turning point. Newspapers printed dramatic headlines, and photos of agents standing over Dillinger's lifeless body became symbols of restored order. Hoover seized on the moment, declaring that no man is beyond the reach of justice. For millions of Americans, the Bureau had become the nation's shield against lawlessness. In truth, the Bureau's operations were rarely as glamorous as the newspapers suggested. Much of its success came not from gunfights, but from meticulous record-keeping, surveillance, and forensic analysis. Hoover's agents used fingerprints, handwriting samples, and ballistics tests to track fugitives who thought they could vanish across state lines. Each successful capture reinforced the Bureau's reputation for precision, and by extension, Hoover's personal legend. But beneath the polished image, Hoover's control tightened. He demanded absolute obedience from his agents, who now operated under a strict hierarchy. Field offices were required to submit daily updates, coded reports, and complete case summaries for Hoover's personal review. Even minor details, what an agent wore, how he spoke to witnesses, how he posed for photographs, were subject to scrutiny. Hoover's perfectionism bordered on obsession, but it gave the Bureau something no other agency had: consistency. The Bureau's growing influence also extended into science and technology. Hoover expanded the technical laboratory, first established in 1932, into a world-class forensic facility. The lab handled everything from fingerprint comparisons to fiber analysis, giving the Bureau a decisive edge over local police. In Hoover's words, "Justice must be measured in facts, not in guesswork." Science became both shield and symbol, proof that the Bureau represented the future. Hollywood soon followed. The film G-Men, 1935, starring James Cagney, was made with Hoover's approval and direct supervision. The movie depicted a former gangster turned federal agent, cleaning up America with courage and discipline. It was fiction, of course, but it captured exactly the message Hoover wanted to send. The Bureau was not merely law enforcement, it was a moral crusade. The public adored it. Letters poured into Bureau headquarters, many from young men asking how to become agents. Hoover, ever the opportunist, turned this enthusiasm into recruitment. He introduced rigorous training at the FBI Academy, emphasizing both physical conditioning and intellectual discipline. Trainees studied law, psychology, and forensics, graduating not just as investigators, but as symbols of federal integrity. The G-Man image wasn't simply propaganda anymore, it was policy. By the late 1930s, the Bureau had achieved near-mythic status. Hoover's agents were household names, their victories chronicled in newspapers, radio shows, and magazines. The director himself became a symbol of incorruptibility, a man whose neat suits and calm demeanor seemed to personify the rule of law. Even the term Federal Bureau of Investigation, officially adopted in 1935, carried his stamp. Hoover didn't just lead the FBI, he was the FBI. But while the Bureau's star rose, its shadow deepened. Behind its moral crusade lay an undercurrent of fear and control. Hoover's obsession with loyalty led him to quietly compile personal files on anyone he deemed influential: politicians, journalists, even movie stars. Officially, these files were for security purposes. Unofficially, they were instruments of power. Still, no one questioned him. The Bureau's victories had made Hoover untouchable. Presidents praised him, Congress funded him, and the public adored him. The man who had once been a bureaucratic footnote was now one of the most powerful figures in America, an unelected guardian of law and order, trusted more than most politicians. Hoover had accomplished the impossible. He had transformed a small, scandal-plagued office into the most respected law enforcement agency in the world. Yet the very traits that made him successful, control, discipline, secrecy, were also seeds of something darker. For now, he used them to fight criminals. But in time, he would use them to fight anyone who threatened his authority. The age of the G-men had begun, and the director who ruled them was only getting started. By the mid-1930s, America had found new heroes, not in politicians or soldiers, but in men with badges and fedoras. They were the G-men, the government men of J. Edgar Hoover's newly christened Federal Bureau of Investigation. Once a quiet office of investigators, the Bureau had transformed into the nation's most visible symbol of justice. Its agents were disciplined, fearless, and unyielding, their faces appearing in newspapers, radio dramas, and even comic strips. Yet behind the myth of heroism lay something far more deliberate. A director who understood that in the age of mass media, power depended not just on results, but on reputation. The Great Depression had plunged the United States into chaos. Economic desperation gave rise to criminals who became folk legends, men and women who defied authority with charisma and firepower. Names like John Dillinger, Clyde Barrow, and Bonnie Parker, Pretty Boy Floyd, and Babyface Nelson were whispered with both fear and admiration. They robbed banks, outwitted police, and moved across state lines faster than the law could follow. For millions of Americans struggling to survive, these outlaws seemed to represent rebellion against a system that had failed them. But for Hoover, they represented something else entirely, an opportunity to make the FBI indispensable. Hoover had spent years building an agency that prized precision, order, and loyalty. Now he needed something more, a public mandate. The nation needed to see the Bureau not as a bureaucratic arm of the Justice Department, but as the front line in the war against chaos. To do that, he turned crime fighting into theater. In 1933, the Bureau's jurisdiction expanded dramatically. Congress passed new laws granting agents the power to make arrests, carry firearms, and investigate crimes like bank robbery and kidnapping, offenses that had become rampant as desperate criminals sought fortune in lawlessness. The Lindbergh baby kidnapping in 1932, one of the most tragic crimes in American history, had exposed the limits of local police and fueled calls for stronger federal enforcement. Hoover seized on this sentiment, arguing that only a national agency with scientific precision could bring criminals to justice. Under Hoover's command, the FBI's operations became models of coordination. Agents used fingerprints, ballistic testing, and nationwide radio communication to track fugitives who once seemed untouchable. Each arrest, each solved case, became a story, and Hoover made sure those stories reached the public. His press office issued detailed bulletins describing daring captures and heroic agents, always portraying the Bureau as calm, disciplined, and incorruptible. Newspapers devoured the material, and Hoover's agents became larger than life. The defining moment came with the manhunt for John Dillinger, America's most notorious outlaw. Dillinger's string of bank robberies and dramatic escapes made him a national fascination. But Hoover saw in him the perfect foil, the face of lawlessness against which the Bureau could define itself. After months of pursuit, Bureau agents finally tracked Dillinger to the Biograph Theatre in Chicago. On the night of July 22, 1934, as Dillinger exited the cinema, he was cornered and shot dead. Within hours, the headlines screamed, "Dillinger slain by G-men." It was the story Hoover had been waiting for. The photo of Dillinger's body became both grim evidence and a symbol of restored authority. The Bureau was no longer a faceless government agency. It was a national legend. Hoover understood better than anyone that the public didn't just want justice, it wanted reassurance. The image of federal agents as clean-cut, fearless defenders of order gave the nation comfort in a time of fear. He encouraged this narrative with near-military precision. Agents were forbidden from showing emotion in public, boasting about their exploits, or revealing personal details. Their anonymity became part of their mystique. The G-men were not individuals, they were ideals. Hollywood soon amplified the myth. Films like G-Men, 1935, portrayed federal agents as noble warriors cleaning up a corrupt world. The Bureau cooperated closely with studios, reviewing scripts to ensure accurate and flattering portrayals. In exchange, it received free publicity. Radio dramas followed, bringing fictionalized versions of real FBI cases into American living rooms. The Bureau became not just an agency, but an institution of culture, a moral compass for a nation struggling to find direction. Inside the Bureau, Hoover capitalized on this new fame to tighten his grip. He expanded the training division, creating the FBI Academy to mold recruits in his image. Trainees studied law, forensics, and ethics, but also discipline, how to speak, how to write reports, how to present themselves. Hoover's goal was to erase individuality and replace it with identity. The ideal agent was invisible, moral, efficient, and loyal above all else. The FBI's image of perfection, however, came with a cost. Critics began to whisper that Hoover's obsession with control bordered on authoritarianism. Former agents described an atmosphere of fear within the Bureau, where mistakes were punished severely and personal opinions were unwelcome. Yet even as dissent grew quietly within the ranks, the public remained enamored. The G-men had become America's champions and Hoover its architect of order. Behind the scenes, the Bureau was expanding its reach in ways the public couldn't see. Using the excuse of tracking criminals, Hoover began collecting intelligence on suspected radicals, communists, and anyone he deemed subversive. He built secret files on union organizers, journalists, and politicians. Officially, these were precautionary measures. Unofficially, they gave Hoover leverage. Power, after all, was not only about enforcement, it was about information. Still, for most Americans, the 1930s were the FBI's golden age. The Bureau's victories were everywhere. Machine Gun Kelly, Ma Barker's gang, Alvin Karpis, all brought down in dramatic confrontations. Each case fed the narrative that the Bureau was invincible. Hoover's men, armed with science and discipline, stood as the final barrier between civilization and chaos. But the myth was never the whole truth. For every well-publicized victory, there were blunders, misidentified suspects, wrongful arrests, and excessive use of force that Hoover quietly buried. His control over the press, ensured that failures never reached the headlines. The Bureau's spotless reputation was a construction as carefully engineered as its fingerprint files. By the end of the decade, the FBI had become untouchable. Its agents were celebrated as national heroes, its director a figure of near-religious reverence. Hoover had achieved what no other bureaucrat ever had. He turned a government agency into an American legend. But legends, once built, require maintenance, and Hoover was determined to protect his at all costs. The Great Depression was ending, but new threats were on the horizon. Across the ocean, totalitarian regimes were rising, and the winds of war were beginning to stir again. The FBI, now powerful and respected, would soon find itself fighting a different kind of enemy. One that lurked not in banks or back alleys, but in ideology itself. And Hoover, the master of control, was ready to turn fear into his greatest weapon once more. By the late 1930s, the Federal Bureau of Investigation had become one of the most recognizable institutions in the United States. Its initials, FBI, stood for authority, science, and order in a world that seemed perpetually unstable. Yet what most Americans didn't realize was that the Bureau's growing reputation wasn't simply the result of crime-fighting success. It was the outcome of an elaborate campaign orchestrated by one man, J. Edgar Hoover. For Hoover, image was everything. He understood that the FBI's survival depended as much on public admiration as on legal authority. A crime-fighting agency could be replaced, a national symbol could not, and so he built a machine of influence, one that blended propaganda, media control, and selective transparency into a near-perfect illusion of integrity. It began with information management. Every press release, every radio broadcast, every interview with a journalist was filtered through Hoover's office. Nothing was accidental. When a major arrest occurred, photographers were summoned only after the scene had been secured, meaning staged to Hoover's standards. Agents stood in formation, evidence neatly arranged, the Bureau's seal visible in the background. The result was an image of order, a visual contrast to the chaos of crime. Hoover's relationship with Hollywood deepened during this era. The FBI cooperated on countless radio dramas and newsreels, providing script approval and technical advice. The goal was simple: portray the Bureau as both scientific and moral. Films like G-Men, 1935, and You Can't Get Away with It, 1936, depicted heroic agents tracking down criminals with unflinching resolve. Even cartoons and serials began referencing the G-Men, cementing the term in American vocabulary. The Bureau's involvement in media wasn't limited to fiction. Hoover personally authored, or at least signed, articles for popular magazines like the Saturday Evening Post and Collier's. These essays presented the FBI as a beacon of ethics and modernity, using accessible language to describe its use of forensics, fingerprinting, and crime laboratories. Each publication enhanced Hoover's persona as a national guardian, the calm, incorruptible figure who stood between society and disorder. But Hoover's mastery of narrative came with an equally powerful counterpart: control of information flow inside the government. By the late 1930s, he had developed a quiet but formidable intelligence network. Agents were instructed to gather not just criminal evidence but political insight: who was meeting whom, who funded which organizations, and what speeches hinted at disloyalty. This expansion into intelligence gathering was justified by growing fear of communism, anarchism, and espionage. The Bureau began monitoring labor unions, political activists, and immigrant communities under the guise of national security. Hoover argued that the United States could not afford to be complacent. that subversion often began with words before it escalated to action. His logic was simple: surveillance was prevention. In reality, it was also power. The files Hoover accumulated, meticulous, cross-referenced and secret, became his most valuable asset. They contained personal details on senators, journalists, business magnates, and even movie stars. Each file was a thread in a vast web of potential influence. If anyone dared question the FBI or its director, Hoover had a way to remind them of what he knew. Meanwhile, the Bureau's technological prowess was accelerating. The FBI laboratory, first established in 1932, became a showcase for modern science. Analysts developed advanced techniques in ballistics, handwriting analysis, and document examination. The lab's success stories were frequently publicized, reinforcing the notion that the FBI represented the future of rational, evidence-based justice. Hoover loved the idea of science as spectacle. It gave the Bureau an aura of infallibility. But perhaps the most ambitious expansion came with the establishment of counterintelligence operations. As Europe plunged into turmoil with the rise of Adolf Hitler and fascist regimes, the US government grew increasingly concerned about espionage and sabotage. In 1939, as war erupted overseas, President Franklin D. Roosevelt turned to Hoover. He authorized the FBI to begin monitoring foreign agents, suspected spies, and domestic organizations with links to hostile powers. This marked the beginning of the Bureau's transformation from a law enforcement agency into an intelligence powerhouse. Hoover moved swiftly, deploying agents to ports, industrial hubs, and universities. The Bureau began compiling lists of potential threats, so-called custodial detention lists, meant to identify individuals who might be interned in the event of war. Officially, these actions were precautionary. In practice, they extended the FBI's reach deeper into private life than ever before. The American public, however, saw none of this. All they knew was what Hoover allowed them to see: a clean, efficient bureau that caught criminals, protected the homeland, and upheld justice. The FBI's reputation for honesty became so entrenched that few questioned its growing power. Politicians praised Hoover's unwavering patriotism, while newspapers printed glowing profiles of his leadership. The Bureau had become an institution of faith, unassailable, beyond reproach. Inside Hoover's headquarters, the director presided like a monarch. His office was immaculate, his routines clockwork. Every morning, he reviewed case summaries and press reports. Every afternoon, he dictated memos in clipped, precise language. Visitors described an atmosphere of reverent silence. Agents referred to his presence as the chill. Hoover was feared not because he shouted, but because he didn't have to. His authority was absolute. And yet, even as his power solidified, the world was shifting toward crisis. The late 1930s brought whispers of war, of spies and sabotage, of enemies not in alleyways, but in government offices and foreign embassies. For Hoover, this was destiny. Crime had made him famous, but fear would make him indispensable. He began preparing the Bureau for the coming storm. Surveillance expanded to include foreign nationals, journalists, and academics suspected of un-American activities. The Bureau established covert listening posts and mail intercept operations, testing the boundaries of legality under Roosevelt's quiet approval. Hoover insisted that these measures were temporary, wartime necessities that would end once peace returned. But history would prove otherwise. By 1940, the FBI was no longer simply America's police force. It was a hybrid, part law enforcement, part intelligence agency, and entirely under one man's control. The Bureau had become the model of modern bureaucracy, efficient, secretive, and unaccountable. The machinery Hoover built to protect the nation would soon operate on a global scale. And as the world descended into the chaos of the Second World War, Hoover's Bureau would step out of the shadows and into the realm of espionage, where information was the ultimate weapon, and the line between justice and power blurred forever. When World War II erupted in Europe, the United States initially stood apart, watching the conflict unfold from across the Atlantic. But J. Edgar Hoover knew that distance offered no safety. Espionage, sabotage, and subversion. These were battles that required no armies or borders. They were fought in whispers, letters, and coded messages. And Hoover intended that his Federal Bureau of Investigation would be America's first line of defense. By the late 1930s, the Bureau had already begun transforming itself into something more than a law enforcement agency. Under secret authorization from President Franklin D. Roosevelt, the FBI had expanded its intelligence-gathering operations, targeting not just criminals, but potential spies. Hoover's obsession with control, once seen as bureaucratic rigidity, now seemed prophetic. The world was becoming a place where paranoia was power, and meticulous record-keeping could determine the fate of nations. When Roosevelt gave Hoover the green light to oversee domestic counter-espionage in 1939, the Bureau launched the Special Intelligence Service, SIS, a secret network tasked with identifying foreign agents operating in the Western Hemisphere. At the time, the United States had no centralized intelligence agency. The CIA did not yet exist. The SIS was the closest thing the country had to an organized spy network, and Hoover ran it with characteristic precision. The FBI's jurisdiction was technically domestic, but Hoover's ambitions stretched across continents. SIS agents operated in South America, Central America, and the Caribbean, establishing contacts and monitoring German, Italian, and Japanese influence in the region. Their mission was to detect any attempt by the Axis powers to undermine the Western Hemisphere, whether through propaganda, espionage, or sabotage. Back home, Hoover expanded his domestic intelligence apparatus. The Bureau's custodial detention list, a secret roster of individuals considered potential national security threats, grew rapidly. It included German and Italian nationals, suspected fascist sympathizers, and American citizens accused, often on flimsy grounds, of disloyalty. Hoover framed these actions as precautionary, but they blurred the line between vigilance and violation. The FBI's wartime operations were unlike anything America had seen before. Agents patrolled shipyards, factories, and communication centers. They investigated sabotage plots, intercepted coded correspondence, and infiltrated suspected spy rings. Every message that crossed the Atlantic was a potential clue. Every anonymous tip could unravel a conspiracy. One of the Bureau's earliest and most significant victories came in 1941 with the uncovering of the Duquesne spy ring, a network of Nazi agents operating within the United States. After months of surveillance and code-breaking, the FBI arrested 33 individuals accused of espionage, marking the largest spy roundup in American history. The case became a propaganda triumph. Newspapers hailed the FBI's success, and Hoover's name was once again splashed across headlines. He was no longer just the crime fighter who took down gangsters. He was now the spy master guarding America from unseen enemies. But beneath the triumph lay a deeper transformation. The Bureau's methods had shifted. During the gangster era, its power came from arrests and prosecutions, tangible results. Now, its power came from information, from the ability to observe, predict, and preempt. Hoover understood that knowledge was influence. The more the Bureau knew, the more indispensable it became. Wartime fear gave Hoover the freedom he had always craved. With the nation focused on the global conflict, few questioned how the Bureau gathered its intelligence. Wiretaps, mail interception, and covert surveillance became routine. The FBI worked closely with the Office of Censorship and the Army Signal Intelligence Service, sharing information that blurred distinctions between military and civilian intelligence. Legally, some of these activities skirted, or outright violated, constitutional limits. But in the atmosphere of wartime emergency, oversight was minimal. The Bureau's authority grew exponentially. Hoover now commanded a workforce of more than 13,000 agents and employees, with offices stretching across every major American city and embassy outpost in the Western Hemisphere. His daily briefings were read by the President, the Attorney General, and military commanders. For the first time, the FBI's influence extended beyond policing. It was shaping national policy. Hoover's obsession with secrecy also deepened during the war. He believed that leaks were as dangerous as sabotage, and he guarded the Bureau's internal operations with near paranoid intensity. Agents were instructed never to discuss cases outside official channels, not even with family. Internal memoranda were classified and distributed on a need-to-know basis. The Bureau's internal culture became one of silence, a discipline that would define it long after the war ended. As America entered the war following Pearl Harbor in 1941, the FBI's role expanded once again. Hoover positioned his bureau as the central authority for investigating Axis espionage and domestic subversion. Agents rounded up suspected enemy aliens and conducted background checks on defense contractors, scientists, and government workers. The Bureau monitored German-American and Japanese-American communities for signs of disloyalty, a mission Hoover justified as national security, though history would later view it as overreach. One of Hoover's most secretive wartime operations involved cooperation with British intelligence, MI5. Through a program known as BSC, British Security Coordination, the FBI shared information on Nazi espionage and propaganda networks in North and South America. This collaboration was instrumental in disrupting Axis operations, but it also introduced Hoover to the delicate politics of international intelligence, where allies spied on each other almost as much as enemies. To maintain the Bureau's image, Hoover ensured that every public mention of the FBI emphasized patriotism and professionalism. The war effort became a backdrop for the Bureau's myth-making. Posters and radio broadcasts depicted agents as silent heroes defending the home front. Schools invited FBI speakers, and newspapers printed stories about the men who never sleep. It was all part of Hoover's grand vision, a bureau not just respected but revered. By the time World War II ended in 1945, the FBI had achieved something remarkable. It was now seen not only as a law enforcement body, but as an essential pillar of national security. Its successes against Axis espionage gave it credibility that no other American agency could match. But that success came at a cost. The Bureau had learned how to operate in the shadows, and Hoover had learned how to thrive there. In the years to come, the war against fascism would give way to a new conflict, one without borders or armies, where ideology replaced invasion and loyalty became the new battleground. Hoover, ever the guardian of control, was ready. The stage was set for the next chapter of his reign, the Cold War, where fear would once again become his greatest ally. The 1970s arrived like the morning after a long night of denial. The illusions of control that had guided America through the Cold War's first decades were beginning to fray. The Vietnam War had ended not with victory, but with evacuation. Images of helicopters lifting off embassy rooftops, carrying away the last symbols of a policy built on secrecy and pride. For the CIA, it wasn't just a political failure, it was an existential one. The agency that had once boasted it could predict and shape the world had been proven wrong in full color on the evening news. Back home, a different kind of war was brewing, one not fought in jungles or back alleys, but in hearing rooms, headlines, and whispered betrayals. The question haunting America wasn't who had won, but who had lied. When Richard Nixon entered the White House, he saw the CIA as both tool and threat. To him, Langley was filled with bureaucrats loyal to previous presidents, men too cautious to serve his ruthless brand of politics. He respected secrecy, but distrusted the secret keepers. So he built his own covert apparatus, a White House plumbers unit designed to plug leaks and conduct espionage on his behalf. It was a dangerous move, mixing presidential ambition with the methods of an intelligence agency. For a time, the CIA played along. It provided logistical advice and occasionally quiet favors, though most of Nixon's inner circle treated Langley like an obstacle rather than a partner. Director Richard Helms, a career spy with the face of a poker player, tried to maintain the delicate balance between obedience and independence. He understood that too much cooperation could destroy the agency's credibility. Too little could provoke Nixon's wrath. It was a game of survival, and Helms had been playing it his entire life. Then came Watergate, the break-in at the Democratic National Committee headquarters in 1972. What began as a petty act of political sabotage unraveled into the biggest scandal in modern American history. The burglars had ties to the CIA, not as current employees, but as former operatives who still carried the habits and contacts of the trade. When the scheme collapsed, Nixon's men tried to rope the CIA into the cover-up, ordering it to tell the FBI to back off in the name of national security. Helms refused. It was one of the few times in CIA history when a director openly defied a president. He knew the difference between protecting secrets and protecting crimes. But his refusal didn't save the agency. It implicated it. To the public, the boundaries between the CIA, the White House, and illegality blurred into one shadow. When Nixon fell, the CIA's reputation fell with him. The post-Watergate atmosphere was electric with suspicion. Journalists, emboldened by the success of the Washington Post investigation, turned their eyes toward Langley. If the president could abuse power, what about the agency built entirely on secrecy? Whispers of domestic surveillance, political spying, and unauthorized experiments began circulating in Washington. The invisible government was about to be dragged into the light. Then, in 1974, Seymour Hersh of the New York Times published an explosive exposé. The CIA had conducted massive illegal operations within the United States, including spying on anti-war activists, journalists, and even members of Congress. The agency, it turned out, had maintained a program called Operation Chaos, designed to monitor political dissent under the pretext of preventing foreign infiltration. Thousands of names had been collected. Files filled entire rooms. The guardians of democracy had been keeping dossiers on their own citizens. The revelation hit like a thunderclap. Overnight, the myth of benevolent secrecy shattered. The public learned of more: mail-opening programs, warrantless wiretaps, and covert experiments with drugs and psychological manipulation under MK Ultra. A project so bizarre it sounded like fiction until the documents surfaced. The agency that had once prided itself on invisibility was suddenly infamous. In 1975, the U.S. Senate launched the Church Committee, led by Senator Frank Church of Idaho. Its mandate was simple: find out what the CIA, FBI, and NSA had been doing behind closed doors. The hearings were televised, exposing to millions the hidden machinery of America's security state. Former agents testified about assassination plots against foreign leaders, about surveillance of civil rights figures, about operations that blurred legality until it vanished. For the first time in history, the CIA couldn't hide behind national security. The senators asked direct questions, and the answers, when not redacted, were damning. The agency's founding ideal, to protect freedom through intelligence, had mutated into something darker, a system that believed secrecy justified anything. Inside Langley, morale collapsed. Officers who had spent their lives in silence now watched their work dissected in public. Some burned documents, others resigned. A few, surprisingly, welcomed the reckoning. "We were never meant to be untouchable," one analyst told a reporter. "Maybe it's time we remembered that." But reform came slowly. The Church Committee led to new oversight laws, including the creation of congressional intelligence committees and the requirement that presidents formally approve covert actions. It was accountability, but only on paper. Secrecy doesn't vanish with legislation. It adapts. Still, for a brief moment, America glimpsed its reflection in the glass of its own intelligence empire. It saw the price of hidden power, the erosion of trust, the corrosion of truth, the quiet arrogance of believing that righteousness and secrecy were the same thing. The CIA survived, but it was no longer the confident creature born in 1947. It had aged, scarred, defensive, and self-aware. The age of unchallenged shadows was over. From now on, every whisper would carry the echo of the church hearings. Every file would bear the ghost of oversight. Yet even as the agency retreated, the world wasn't getting simpler. The Cold War still raged, technology was accelerating, and new enemies were learning the old tricks. The CIA could adapt or fade. And like all survivors of scandal, it chose adaptation. The invisible empire had been seen, but it wasn't finished. It was only learning to hide better. When the guns of World War II fell silent in 1945, the world exhaled. But J. Edgar Hoover did not. For the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, peace was only an illusion. The war may have ended, but in his mind, a new and more insidious enemy was already emerging. The ideology of communism, Hoover believed, was not merely a foreign threat. It was a virus capable of infiltrating the American mind. And so, as soldiers returned home and factories shifted from bombs to cars, the Bureau quietly began preparing for its next war. One fought not on battlefields, but in offices, neighborhoods, and the hearts of citizens. The FBI that entered the post-war era was vastly different from the modest bureau Hoover had inherited in the 1920s. It was now a sprawling institution with thousands of agents, an intelligence network that spanned the Western Hemisphere, and a reputation that bordered on reverence. Hoover, by then in his 50s, ruled it like a monarch, meticulous, unchallenged, and feared. His wartime success had elevated him to one of the most powerful figures in Washington, and he intended to stay there. But there was a new player on the stage, the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, America's wartime intelligence agency founded under General William Wild Bill Donovan. The OSS had operated overseas during the war, gathering intelligence, coordinating resistance movements, and conducting covert operations against Axis powers. When the war ended, there was debate about what to do with this agency. Hoover's answer was simple: dismantle it. He viewed the OSS as an interloper, a rival that threatened his monopoly on intelligence. He believed that foreign espionage should remain under the FBI's control. Hoover lobbied relentlessly against the OSS's post-war continuation, painting it as reckless, undisciplined, and dangerous to national security. His influence was so great that when the OSS was disbanded in 1945, many assumed Hoover had won the fight. But the victory was short-lived. In 1947, President Harry S. Truman established the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, a permanent peacetime intelligence organization dedicated to foreign operations. Hoover was furious. The creation of the CIA formalized a division of power that he despised. The CIA would handle intelligence abroad, and the FBI would handle it domestically. To Hoover, this was not cooperation. It was containment. He vowed that while he lived, no one would outspend, outmaneuver, or out-influence his bureau within America's borders. The FBI's transition from wartime espionage to peacetime surveillance was seamless. Under the guise of counterintelligence, Hoover directed agents to monitor suspected communist activities across the country. Labor unions, civil rights groups, academic institutions all came under the Bureau's watch. The Cold War had barely begun, and already Hoover had positioned the FBI as its first line of defense. He was not alone in his paranoia. The early post-war years were marked by anxiety: the Soviet Union's atomic bomb test, the fall of Eastern Europe, the spread of communist movements in Asia. In this climate of fear, Hoover's warnings about internal subversion found eager listeners in Congress and the press. The House Un-American Activities Committee, HUAC, began investigating Hollywood, universities, and government agencies for communist ties. Behind the scenes, the FBI supplied much of the intelligence that fueled these investigations. Hoover saw communism not merely as a political threat, but as moral decay, an infection that could spread through culture, art, and academia. His bureau began keeping secret files on thousands of Americans suspected of disloyalty. These included writers, teachers, journalists, and actors. Some had genuine ties to leftist organizations, others were merely outspoken critics of government policy. In Hoover's worldview, dissent and disloyalty were often indistinguishable. The FBI's surveillance tactics grew increasingly sophisticated. Wiretaps, hidden microphones, and mail interceptions became standard tools. Agents posed as activists, infiltrating meetings and reporting names. The Bureau's counterintelligence program, or COINTELPRO, began quietly taking shape. Its mission to disrupt, discredit, and neutralize individuals or groups deemed subversive. Officially, these activities were justified as protecting national security. In reality, they often targeted political dissent. The tension between the FBI and CIA deepened during this time. Hoover resented the CIA's secretive foreign operations, especially when they encroached on his domestic network. He distrusted the agency's Ivy League culture and saw its leaders as arrogant amateurs playing at espionage. The rivalry was more than bureaucratic, it was ideological. The CIA believed in global intelligence sharing and covert action abroad. Hoover believed in total control at home. Their Cold War within the Cold War would shape U.S. intelligence for decades. Meanwhile, Hoover cultivated his public image with the same precision he had always shown. The FBI's successes, real or exaggerated, were trumpeted through newspapers and magazines. Hoover himself published books, and gave interviews emphasizing the Bureau's dedication to truth, justice, and the American way. He portrayed the FBI as a moral compass in a chaotic world, a sanctuary of order in an age of confusion. To question the Bureau was, in essence, to question America itself. But Hoover's private files told a different story. Behind locked doors, the director compiled dossiers on everyone from senators to Supreme Court justices. These files contained personal details, rumors, and compromising information, a silent arsenal of influence. When political figures challenged the Bureau's power, Hoover's knowledge of their secrets often ensured their silence. It was a system built not on law, but on leverage. As the 1940s gave way to the 1950s, the FBI's authority expanded further. The Red Scare, fueled by Senator Joseph McCarthy, plunged the nation into paranoia. McCarthy accused government officials, artists, and teachers of communist sympathies, and Hoover, while publicly distancing himself from McCarthy's theatrics, quietly fed him information. The partnership was convenient. McCarthy provided public hysteria, while Hoover provided legitimacy. Together, they created a climate where suspicion became patriotism. For Hoover, it was the perfect storm. Every wave of fear meant more funding, more agents, and more political deference. The FBI became untouchable, its methods unquestioned, its director nearly untouchable. Presidents came and went, but Hoover remained. Truman, who had once distrusted him, could not remove him without political backlash. His successors would fare no better. By the end of the 1940s, Hoover had achieved what he always wanted. The FBI was no longer just a federal agency. It was the guardian of America's conscience. It policed not only crime, but thought. It watched over the borders of ideology as much as those of geography. And its director, a man who began as a young bureaucrat with an obsession for order, now commanded one of the most powerful information networks in the world. Yet even Hoover could not control everything. The rise of nuclear espionage, the spread of global communism, and the coming civil rights movement would soon test his empire's foundations. The shadows he had built his power upon were growing darker, and within them the director would find both his greatest triumphs and his deepest fears. The dawn of the 1950s was painted in shades of suspicion. The world had emerged from one war only to find itself teetering on the brink of another, this time not of armies, but of ideologies. The Cold War had begun, and in the United States the battlefront wasn't Europe or Asia. It was every home, every office, every classroom where loyalty could be questioned. And in the center of this rising tide of paranoia stood J. Edgar Hoover, the man who had turned the FBI into both shield and sword of the American psyche. The second Red Scare didn't begin with Hoover, but it could not have existed without him. His bureau had spent years laying the groundwork for a campaign of surveillance and control, compiling lists of potential subversives, infiltrating organizations, and building detailed profiles on anyone who dared challenge the national consensus. When the fear of communism began to spread, Hoover was ready. Where others saw chaos, he saw purpose, and the chance to cement his agency as the nation's moral authority. It started subtly. Following World War II, revelations of Soviet espionage shook the United States to its core. The Guzenko affair in Canada, 1945, exposed a Soviet spy network operating across North America. Soon after, cases like Alger Hiss, a high-ranking U.S. official accused of spying, and the Rosenberg trials, in which a husband and wife were executed for passing atomic secrets to the Soviets, fanned public hysteria. Each headline fed the idea that communist agents lurked in government offices, universities, and even Hollywood studios. Hoover, ever the opportunist, positioned the FBI as America's first line of defense against this invisible enemy. He declared communism a disease of the mind, one that could infect anyone without warning. Under his direction, the Bureau launched aggressive loyalty investigations across the federal government. Between 1947 and 1952, over 5 million Americans were screened under various loyalty programs. Teachers, scientists, postal workers, and clerks, anyone whose job touched federal work, were subject to background checks. Many were dismissed or blacklisted based on rumor, association, or unverified reports. Behind the scenes, the FBI's Domestic Security Division expanded rapidly. Agents infiltrated labor unions, civil rights groups, universities, and liberal political organizations. Hoover's logic was simple but chilling. Dissent, in any form, might conceal disloyalty. Even advocating peace could be seen as subversive if it aligned with communist talking points. Under this broad umbrella, thousands of Americans found themselves under quiet investigation, their mail opened, their phones tapped, their reputations quietly destroyed. In Congress, Senator Joseph McCarthy emerged as the face of the Red Scare. Armed with claims of communist infiltration at every level of government, McCarthy launched public hearings that ruined countless lives. But while McCarthy commanded the spotlight, Hoover pulled the strings behind the curtain. The FBI supplied him with tips, reports, and intelligence, selective leaks that fueled his accusations while keeping the Bureau itself above public scrutiny. Hoover publicly distanced himself from McCarthy's more sensational claims, portraying himself as the voice of reason. Yet privately, he found McCarthy useful. The senator's theatrics kept the nation afraid, and fear meant funding for Hoover's agents, his laboratories, his expanding surveillance programs. Each time McCarthy shouted about communist plots, the FBI's authority grew stronger. The Bureau's presence extended into nearly every corner of American life. Universities were quietly pressured to dismiss uncooperative professors. Hollywood studios handed over lists of writers and actors suspected of communist ties. Churches and civic groups distributed FBI pamphlets warning against red infiltration. Even children learned to identify un-American behavior. Hoover had succeeded in something unprecedented. He had merged law enforcement with ideology. What made Hoover's campaign so effective was its moral framing. He didn't present the fight against communism as politics. He framed it as a defense of civilization itself. To oppose the FBI's methods was to oppose freedom, justice, and the American way. The Bureau's motto, fidelity, bravery, integrity, took on almost religious significance. Hoover wasn't just protecting the nation from enemies, he was protecting it from doubt. The FBI's most famous propaganda tool during this era was Hoover's 1958 book, Masters of Deceit. Marketed as both educational and patriotic, it became a nationwide bestseller, distributed to schools, libraries, and churches. In its pages, Hoover warned of communists hiding behind liberal movements, disguising subversion as social progress. It was part education, part indoctrination, a reflection of Hoover's belief that ignorance was the greatest threat to democracy. Yet beneath the surface of public confidence, cracks were forming. Some journalists and politicians began questioning the FBI's unchecked power. Civil libertarians warned that the Bureau's surveillance practices violated constitutional rights. But criticizing Hoover was dangerous. He had files on everyone. When a congressman or editor spoke out, Hoover's aides could quietly leak damaging rumors, ending careers before they began. The director didn't need to confront his enemies, he simply erased them. Inside the bureau, loyalty was enforced with equal intensity. Agents knew that any hint of disobedience or dissent could mean transfer, demotion, or dismissal. Hoover demanded reports on everything, not just investigations, but personal conduct. His office received daily summaries of agents' activities, down to what they wore, how they spoke, and how neatly they wrote their memos. It was discipline by design and fear by precision. Despite the paranoia, the 1950s were the Bureau's golden age. Television dramas glorified its work. School children wrote letters to Hoover, calling him America's protector. Presidents came and went, often wary of crossing him. The FBI had become more than a federal agency. It was the beating heart of the national conscience. But its pulse was driven by one man's obsession with control. By the middle of the decade, Hoover had turned fear into policy and policy into permanence. Communism to him was not just a threat, it was justification. Every wiretap, every file, every act of surveillance became part of a system designed to preserve a fragile sense of order. And as the Red Scare began to cool, new movements for civil rights, equality, and social change began to rise. To many Americans, they represented progress. To Hoover, they represented the next enemy. The man who had once built an empire chasing gangsters was about to turn his gaze inward on the citizens whose freedoms he claimed to defend. By the late 1950s, America's Red Scare was beginning to fade. But J. Edgar Hoover's war was far from over. He had spent decades building a machine that ran on vigilance and fear, and now that the nation's greatest external threat seemed to be waning, the director began searching for a new one. He didn't have to look far. The winds of social change were beginning to blow, and to Hoover they carried the scent of danger. The civil rights movement was gaining strength, its leaders calling for justice, equality, and the end of racial segregation. But Hoover, shaped by his rigid worldview and distrust of anything that disrupted the status quo, saw it differently. He believed that behind every protest, behind every march, there lurked manipulation, communists stirring unrest under the guise of freedom. In his eyes, movements for equality were not born of conscience, but of conspiracy. It was in this climate that the FBI's most controversial and secretive operation began to take shape. COINTELPRO, short for Counterintelligence Program. Officially launched in 1956, its purpose was to expose, disrupt, and neutralize subversive organizations. Unofficially, it became the tool through which Hoover extended his personal definition of loyalty to the nation. COINTELPRO's reach was staggering. What began as a campaign against suspected communists quickly expanded to include civil rights groups, labor unions, feminist organizations, and even religious leaders. The FBI infiltrated meetings, bugged offices, and planted informants. Agents sent anonymous letters, forged documents, and spread rumors to sow division among activists. The goal was not to gather evidence for prosecution, it was to discredit and destroy. Hoover believed that social upheaval was the gateway to chaos, and he was determined to preserve what he considered the moral order of America. To him, dissent was not a symptom of democracy, it was a threat to it. And so, through COINTELPRO, he turned the full weight of federal power against those who challenged the system, even when their goals aligned with justice. The Bureau's tactics were often invisible, but devastating. Activists found themselves followed, their phones tapped, their mail intercepted. Journalists who wrote critically of the government discovered their sources compromised. Churches that supported integration were infiltrated by informants posing as parishioners. The FBI created dossiers filled not with evidence of crimes, but with personal secrets, relationships, habits, fears, all weapons waiting to be used. Among Hoover's targets, none loomed larger than Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. To most Americans, King was the face of moral courage, leading peaceful protests for civil rights. To Hoover, he was a potential radical influenced by communist sympathizers. The Bureau's surveillance of King began in 1962 and quickly escalated into obsession. Agents bugged his hotel rooms, intercepted his phone calls, and recorded his private conversations. In one of the darkest episodes in FBI history, King received an anonymous letter written under Hoover's direction, urging him to take his own life to avoid public disgrace. The letter, accompanied by recordings meant to humiliate him, was intended to break his spirit. King refused to be silenced, but the incident revealed just how far the Bureau had drifted from justice. It was no longer about protecting the nation. It was about enforcing conformity through intimidation. Publicly, Hoover continued to present the FBI as the paragon of integrity. The Bureau's public relations campaigns reached their peak during this time. Movies, television shows, and comic books glorified federal agents as incorruptible heroes. The FBI, a weekly TV drama produced with Hoover's direct supervision, premiered in 1965 and ran for 9 seasons. Every script was reviewed by the Bureau. Criminals were portrayed as immoral, un-American, and doomed. Agents were disciplined, righteous, and unwavering. It was propaganda disguised as entertainment, and it worked. Behind the scenes, however, Hoover's empire was becoming a labyrinth of secrets. His files, millions of pages stored in locked cabinets, contained personal data on politicians, journalists, and celebrities. Presidents feared him, knowing that a single leak from the Bureau could destroy reputations overnight. Hoover didn't need to blackmail anyone outright. The mere knowledge that he could was enough to ensure obedience. By the early 1960s, COINTELPRO had grown into a network of parallel programs targeting different threats. There were sub-files for the Communist Party, for black nationalist movements, for New Left students, and even for women's liberation groups. Each file followed the same pattern: infiltration, disruption, and discreditation. Hoover's agents were trained to turn allies against one another, to plant seeds of mistrust so effectively that movements collapsed from within. Yet even as Hoover's power reached its zenith, cracks were beginning to appear. Younger agents, raised in a changing America, began to question the ethics of their assignments. Journalists started to notice inconsistencies between the Bureau's image and its actions. The cultural revolution of the 1960s, the protests, the music, the defiance, was something Hoover couldn't understand, let alone control. He was a man of another century, clinging to a world that was disappearing before his eyes. Still, his hold on the Bureau remained absolute. Every report crossed his desk. Every decision required his approval. When Presidents Kennedy and later Johnson attempted to rein him in, they found themselves restrained by political necessity. Hoover's longevity had made him untouchable, the only man in Washington who could outlast administrations. His obsession with order evolved into paranoia. He viewed the civil rights movement, anti-war demonstrations, and counterculture as parts of a single conspiracy. The lines between criminality, ideology, and dissent blurred completely. Under his command, the Bureau launched operations against anti-war groups, student protesters, and even musicians accused of spreading anti-American sentiment. To Hoover, rebellion was not expression. It was contagion. The irony was stark. The FBI, once created to uphold justice and truth, had become an institution that thrived on fear and secrecy. The bureau that had promised objectivity was now shaped by one man's biases and suspicions. Its founder's moral rigidity had hardened into something darker, a belief that control justified everything. And yet, to the public, Hoover remained a symbol of safety. For millions of Americans watching the FBI on television, the real bureau was still the shining shield of democracy. Few knew that beneath that polished surface, entire lives were being quietly dismantled, not in the name of law, but in the name of loyalty. By the end of the 1950s and into the 1960s, Hoover's war had changed the nation's idea of security. America had been taught to equate order with virtue and vigilance with freedom. The Bureau's power had become self-sustaining, a reflection of a society that had grown comfortable with being watched. But history was catching up to the director. A new generation was rising, one that would question authority, expose secrets, and demand accountability. And though Hoover didn't know it yet, the walls of secrecy he had built around himself were beginning to crack. The era of unchallenged power was ending. And for the first time in his career, J. Edgar Hoover would find himself facing a force he could not intimidate: the truth. By the dawn of the 1960s, the United States was a nation standing at a crossroads. The post-war calm that had defined the 1950s was beginning to fracture. Television screens flickered with images of marches, sit-ins, and confrontations. Ordinary people demanding extraordinary change. The civil rights movement was transforming the American landscape, shaking the foundations of segregation and forcing the nation to confront its conscience. But to J. Edgar Hoover, these images didn't symbolize progress, they symbolized disorder. Hoover's worldview had always been defined by control. For him, stability equaled safety, and anything that disrupted that stability, even in the name of justice, looked like rebellion. As the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, he had built his empire on the promise of preserving America's moral and political integrity. But in the 1960s, the definition of morality was changing. The rise of civil rights leaders like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. terrified Hoover. King preached nonviolence, but his influence was powerful, his speeches capable of moving millions. Hoover saw him not as a unifying figure, but as a potential agitator, someone who could ignite mass unrest. Worse, some of King's early advisors had once been linked to leftist political groups. That was all Hoover needed. In his mind, communism was a shapeshifter, always disguising itself in new forms, and in the civil rights movement, he believed it had found its most dangerous mask. In 1962, Hoover ordered full-scale surveillance on Dr. King and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC. The FBI's justification was national security, preventing communist infiltration. But the investigation quickly evolved into something personal. Hoover's reports grew increasingly obsessive, focusing not on criminal acts but on King's private life, his relationships, his finances. The director saw King not as an American leader, but as a threat to his authority, someone capable of undermining the Bureau's image of moral perfection. The surveillance was relentless. FBI agents bugged King's hotel rooms, tapped his phones, and monitored his travel schedules. They intercepted his mail and infiltrated his meetings. Hoover received daily reports summarizing King's activities down to who he spoke with and for how long. None of this was done under judicial warrant. It was all justified internally as preventive intelligence. The Bureau, once created to uphold the law, had begun to operate outside it. As the civil rights movement grew, so did Hoover's hostility. He dismissed the peaceful protests as lawlessness in disguise and called King the most notorious liar in the country. When King was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 1964, Hoover's fury reached its peak. Instead of celebrating the achievement, he launched a campaign to destroy King's credibility. Internal memos labeled the civil rights leader as a moral degenerate. Anonymous letters, written under the Bureau's direction, were sent to newspapers, ministers, and eventually to King himself. One letter infamously urged him to do the right thing and end his life before his sins were exposed. This wasn't law enforcement. It was psychological warfare. Inside the FBI, not everyone agreed with the campaign. A few agents, disturbed by the director's fixation, quietly voiced concern. But Hoover's authority was absolute. Questioning him was professional suicide. Even senior officials who doubted the legitimacy of COINTELPRO's civil rights operations kept silent. The culture of the Bureau, obedience, secrecy, and fear, ensured that Hoover's will remained law. Meanwhile, the movement outside grew stronger. The March on Washington, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 marked monumental progress. Millions of Americans began to see King not as a radical, but as a hero. Hoover, however, could not accept this. He doubled down, convinced that King's influence was proof of a larger conspiracy. His agents continued to follow, record, and harass King until the very end of his life. At the same time, the Bureau began targeting other activists. Organizations like the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, and the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE, were infiltrated by FBI informants. Hoover's agents spread false rumors to fracture alliances, sent forged letters to fuel internal mistrust, and passed anonymous tips to local police to justify arrests. The goal was clear: disrupt the movement from within without ever appearing to oppose civil rights directly. In public, Hoover maintained his image as the guardian of law and order. His press office continued to release statements celebrating the Bureau's professionalism. Hollywood and television still glorified his agents as incorruptible heroes. The FBI's badge had become a symbol of virtue, even as its leader weaponized that virtue against the very citizens it was meant to protect. Yet cracks were beginning to form in the Bureau's facade. Journalists, emboldened by the era's growing skepticism of authority, started probing deeper. Some suspected that the FBI's surveillance extended beyond suspected criminals. Others hinted at a secret war being waged against activists. Still, few dared to confront Hoover directly. His files, those legendary whispered-about archives, were enough to keep even the most powerful politicians in check. The Cultural Revolution of the 1960s only deepened Hoover's sense of isolation. Long-haired protesters, anti-war chants, and calls for power to the people were symbols of everything he despised. He saw America slipping from his control, its moral compass spinning wildly. Each new protest, whether against segregation or the Vietnam War, confirmed his belief that the country was being undermined from within. But for all his efforts to suppress change, history was moving faster than even Hoover could contain. Television showed the brutality of segregation, the violence of police responses, and the courage of those who refused to yield. For the first time, the nation could see the truth that Hoover tried to hide, that law and order were not always synonymous with justice. As the 1960s advanced, the director's influence began to feel less like protection and more like suffocation. His iron grip on information, his manipulation of the press, and his obsession with secrecy had once made him powerful. Now, They were making him outdated. The America of the space age, of protest songs and televised revolutions, no longer needed a man who saw enemies in every shadow. Still, Hoover remained unchallenged. Presidents Kennedy, Johnson, and later Nixon all found themselves constrained by his reach. Each feared his files, his influence over public perception, and his ability to shape the narrative of loyalty and betrayal. He was no longer just a bureaucrat. He was an institution. But institutions, like men, have lifespans. And as Hoover watched the marches grow larger and the dissent louder, he began to realize something he had never imagined before. The nation he had spent his life protecting no longer looked like the one he understood. The civil rights movement had not just changed America. It had changed the definition of power itself. And for J. Edgar Hoover, that realization marked the beginning of the end. By the late 1960s, J. Edgar Hoover was no longer the visionary young bureaucrat who had built the FBI from the ground up. He was an aging ruler presiding over an empire of fear, a man haunted by the very forces of change he had spent his life trying to suppress. America was transforming around him at a pace he could no longer control. The world he had built, defined by order, hierarchy, and discipline, was dissolving in a haze of rebellion, war protests, and cultural revolution. Yet Hoover refused to let go. His war against the civil rights movement had hardened him. Even as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s message of nonviolence resonated across the nation, Hoover continued to see him as a subversive. After King's assassination in 1968, the Bureau's files on him, thousands of pages of transcripts, memos, and recordings, remained locked away. Hoover offered public condolences, but privately he viewed King's death as the quiet conclusion of a battle he had long waged in the shadows. The Bureau, once formed to uphold justice, had become a monument to the director's obsessions. But King's death didn't end Hoover's war. It simply shifted targets. The FBI's COINTELPRO program expanded to include a new generation of activists. The Black Panther Party, Students for a Democratic Society, SDS, anti-war groups, and even women's liberation movements all found themselves under surveillance. Hoover saw in them the same spectre he had seen in King, defiance disguised as idealism. The Bureau's tactics grew darker. Under COINTELPRO's Black Nationalist Hate Groups section, the FBI infiltrated the Panthers, spreading disinformation to incite internal violence. Agents forged letters, fabricated betrayals, and manipulated rival factions. The aim was not to arrest leaders, but to break movements from within. The results were devastating. Activists were pitted against one another. Organizations collapsed, and trust, the very glue of grassroots progress, dissolved under a fog of suspicion. Hoover's obsession extended to the anti-war movement as well. College campuses, once centers of academic debate, became battlegrounds of ideology. Protesters demanding an end to the Vietnam War were labeled potential subversives. The Bureau monitored student groups, recorded speeches, and sent anonymous tips to employers to discredit outspoken critics. For Hoover, every chant, every protest, every raised fist was proof that America's moral fiber was under siege. But while he saw enemies everywhere, the public was beginning to see something different, cracks in the myth of the Bureau's perfection. The Pentagon Papers, leaked in 1971, exposed decades of government deception regarding Vietnam. The Watergate scandal, still on the horizon, would soon reveal how political power could be abused in secret. The trust Americans had placed in their institutions was eroding, and the FBI, once above reproach, was beginning to draw suspicion. Inside the Bureau, Hoover's paranoia deepened. He monitored his own agents, keeping files on staff members who might one day betray him. Promotions were granted based not on merit, but on loyalty. Fear replaced camaraderie. Many within the FBI revered Hoover as a father figure, but just as many resented his suffocating control. By now, the director was well into his 70s, yet he refused to retire. Each time rumors of his replacement circulated, political leaders hesitated, wary of what secrets his legendary files might contain. Hoover's relationship with presidents grew increasingly strained. Lyndon B. Johnson, though dependent on the Bureau's intelligence during the height of the civil rights unrest, privately described Hoover as an old man past his time. Richard Nixon, elected in 1968, initially admired Hoover's toughness, but quickly learned that the director's loyalty belonged only to himself. Hoover distrusted Nixon's advisors and quietly monitored members of the administration. The two men shared a mutual wariness, each aware that the other knew too much. As protests against the Vietnam War intensified, the FBI's involvement became increasingly aggressive. The Bureau coordinated with local police to surveil and detain demonstrators, often using questionable legal justifications. The 1968 Democratic National Convention, marked by violence between protesters and police, confirmed Hoover's belief that America was unraveling. In his reports to the White House, he described the youth movement as a generation poisoned by radicalism. To him, restoring order justified any method, no matter how invasive. But beyond the streets and the politics, Hoover was at war with time itself. The modern world, with its counterculture, televised dissent, and calls for transparency, was alien to him. He despised rock music, long hair, and the language of liberation. He called student activists filthy, unkempt perverts and dismissed the women's movement as an excuse for moral degeneracy. The director who once embodied modernity now seemed like a relic of a vanished America, rigid, fearful, and out of touch. Still, Hoover's grip on power remained unbroken. Decades of cultivating fear and respect had made him untouchable. Presidents deferred to him, Congress avoided confronting him, and the media, though increasingly skeptical, still feared his wrath. The man who had built his career on investigating others had made himself immune to investigation. But behind the polished veneer of authority, the Bureau's foundations were beginning to weaken. Younger agents, frustrated by outdated policies and unethical practices, whispered of reform. Journalists were growing bolder. And within the government itself, a quiet recognition was spreading. Hoover's FBI, once a symbol of efficiency, had become a symbol of excess. By the early 1970s, the country was changing faster than even Hoover could contain. The war was faltering, the youth were restless, and trust in government was collapsing. Yet, in his office on Pennsylvania Avenue, the aging director clung to his routines, reviewing files, signing memos, and guarding secrets that no one dared to confront. He could sense the end approaching, though he would never admit it. His legacy, once defined by discipline and order, was now clouded by controversy and fear. The bureau he had created was still powerful, but its image, his image, was no longer unassailable. When J. Edgar Hoover finally died in May 1972, he had served as FBI director for 48 years, longer than most Americans had been alive. He was found in his Washington home, still holding the office he refused to relinquish. The news of his death sent shockwaves through the nation. Flags were lowered, eulogies delivered, and officials praised his dedication to justice. But beneath the solemn tributes, a quieter truth lingered. That his passing marked not only the end of an era, but the beginning of revelation. In the months and years that followed, America would learn what Hoover had hidden. The full extent of the FBI's secret operations, the invasions of privacy, the political manipulation, and the surveillance programs that blurred the line between democracy and control. The man who had built an empire of secrecy had left behind a vault of truths too heavy to remain buried. For half a century, J. Edgar Hoover had been the most powerful, unelected man in America, a master of information, an architect of fear, and a guardian of a vision of order that could not survive the world he helped shape. The director was gone. But the shadow of his bureau and the questions it raised about power, trust, and freedom were only beginning to unfold. When J. Edgar Hoover died on May 2nd, 1972, Washington stood still. His funeral was attended by presidents, justices, generals, and politicians, the same people who had feared and obeyed him for decades. The American flag draped his coffin, his body laid to rest with full honors at Congressional Cemetery. On the surface, it was a national farewell to a public servant who had dedicated nearly half a century to the defense of law and order. But beneath the solemn ceremony, whispers filled the Capitol. Everyone knew that Hoover's death marked not just the end of a man, but the end of an era built on secrecy. In his office, Hoover's presence lingered like a ghost. His meticulous files, millions of documents categorized, cross-referenced, and hidden, became the most feared collection of paper in Washington. These were the infamous confidential files containing private information about presidents, senators, actors, activists, and anyone Hoover had ever deemed useful or dangerous. His loyal secretary, Helen Gandy, spent weeks after his death systematically destroying many of them. She later claimed it was at Hoover's request, a routine cleaning of personal papers, but others saw it as an erasure, a cover-up of history's darker truths. The man who succeeded him, L. Patrick Gray, was immediately confronted by a bureau in turmoil. Hoover had ruled by intimidation and control. Now that he was gone, those he had silenced began to speak. Agents whispered of unlawful surveillance, political blackmail, and psychological operations waged against citizens. The facade of moral authority Hoover had cultivated for decades was beginning to crumble. The timing of his death was almost uncanny. Just 6 weeks later, on June 17, 1972, 5 men were arrested for breaking into the Democratic National Committee headquarters at the Watergate complex. What at first seemed like a minor burglary would unravel into one of the greatest political scandals in American history. And it would drag the FBI, Hoover's once pristine bureau, into the heart of it. Under Gray's leadership, the FBI began investigating the burglary, unaware that the trail would lead straight to the White House. As evidence mounted, linking President Richard Nixon's administration to the break-in, the Bureau found itself paralyzed. Hoover's old network of loyalty and fear still lingered. Agents weren't sure whether to pursue justice or protect power. Many feared that Nixon's men might try to use Hoover's tactics against them. The old FBI's methods, surveillance, secret files, covert manipulation, had created an atmosphere of distrust that now poisoned its own ranks. When Washington Post reporters Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein began publishing details of the Watergate investigation, they received anonymous tips from an insider known only as Deep Throat. Decades later, the source was revealed to be Mark Felt, the Bureau's associate director and Hoover's longtime deputy. Felt's leaks were both an act of conscience and rebellion, a signal that the FBI could no longer be controlled by political fear. As the Watergate scandal exploded, it became clear that Hoover's legacy of secrecy had set the stage for Nixon's own abuses of power. The president's secret recording systems, his enemies list, and his use of federal agencies for political purposes all echoed Hoover's tactics. The very tools Hoover had perfected in the name of national security had been repurposed for political survival. The line between protection and manipulation, once blurred, was now completely erased. When Nixon resigned in August 1974, public faith in government reached its lowest point in modern history. Americans began to question everything: the presidency, the intelligence agencies, even the FBI itself. For the first time, the Bureau faced open scrutiny. What had once been an untouchable institution was now a symbol of unchecked power. In 1975, the U.S. Senate formed the Church Committee, led by Senator Frank Church, to investigate abuses by the FBI, CIA, and other intelligence agencies. The hearings were unprecedented, and for the Bureau, devastating. Before a national audience, decades of secret operations were laid bare. COINTELPRO, the program Hoover had personally authorized, was exposed in shocking detail. Senators read aloud internal memos describing how the FBI had spied on citizens, spread false information, and harassed political activists. Americans were stunned. The idea that their government, their trusted FBI, had infiltrated churches, peace movements, and civil rights organizations was almost unthinkable. The Bureau's polished image, crafted by Hoover's propaganda machine, shattered under the weight of truth. Agents who had once been revered as national heroes were now questioned about their complicity in violations of civil liberties. The revelations didn't stop there. The Church Committee discovered that the FBI had conducted warrantless wiretaps on journalists, used undercover informants to provoke violence within activist groups, and compiled secret files on more than 500,000 Americans. Hoover's obsession with loyalty had metastasized into a system of surveillance that treated dissent as treason. Inside the Bureau, morale plummeted. Many younger agents who had joined the FBI believing in its mission of justice were horrified to learn what had been hidden behind the director's iron facade. Older agents defended Hoover's actions, insisting that his intentions were patriotic, even if his methods were extreme. The nation itself was divided, torn between gratitude for Hoover's service and outrage over his legacy. But amid the scandal came transformation. The Church Committee's findings led to sweeping reforms that would reshape American intelligence for generations. The Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, FISA, of 1978 established legal oversight for domestic surveillance, requiring court approval for wiretaps and espionage operations. New guidelines restricted the FBI's ability to monitor political groups and demanded transparency where secrecy had once reigned. For the first time in its history, the Bureau was forced to look inward. The new generation of leaders understood that trust, once lost, could not be reclaimed through silence. The FBI began to rebuild itself, not through propaganda, but through accountability. The goal was to restore the balance between security and freedom, a balance Hoover had so often tipped toward control. Yet even as the Bureau evolved, Hoover's shadow remained. His portrait still hung in FBI headquarters, his name still carved into the building's facade. To some, he was a hero who modernized law enforcement and defended the nation through turbulent decades. To others, he was the embodiment of unchecked power, a man who mistook authority for justice. In truth, he was both. The FBI had survived its creator, but it could never escape his ghost. The very structure he built, efficient, centralized, and secretive, still shaped its identity. And while new directors vowed to reform the Bureau, the questions Hoover left behind endured. How much secrecy is too much? How far can a government go to protect itself from its own citizens? And can a democracy remain free when it is always being watched? Those questions, born in the ashes of Hoover's empire, would follow the FBI into the modern age, and into every era that would come after. After the Church Committee hearings of 1975, the Federal Bureau of Investigation stood exposed, vulnerable, and uncertain of its identity. For nearly half a century, J. Edgar Hoover had ruled it as an extension of himself, his beliefs, his fears, his moral code. Now, stripped of its myth and confronted with the weight of its secrets, the Bureau faced an unfamiliar enemy: accountability. The revelations of the mid-1970s had shattered public trust. Americans had learned that the same agency once celebrated for catching gangsters and spies had also spied on their neighbors, infiltrated civil rights movements, and manipulated the political process. Hoover's shadow loomed large over Washington. The question wasn't just what the FBI had done, but whether it could ever again serve democracy without undermining it. The Bureau's new leadership faced the daunting task of rebuilding from within. Clarence Kelly, appointed by President Gerald Ford in 1973, became the first permanent director after Hoover's death. A former Kansas City police chief, Kelly was a lawman of a different breed, soft-spoken, methodical, and committed to reform. He inherited a demoralized agency, filled with agents loyal to Hoover's legacy and fearful of public backlash. His first mission was clear: transparency. Kelly opened the Bureau's doors, figuratively and literally. He allowed congressional oversight, welcomed external audits, and restructured operations to prioritize accountability. Agents were retrained on civil rights law and constitutional procedure. Internal manuals were rewritten to emphasize ethics and legal restraint. For the first time in the Bureau's history, secrecy was no longer a default. It was a privilege to be justified, not assumed. But the road to redemption was not smooth. The FBI was operating in a new America, one disillusioned by Vietnam, Watergate, and decades of institutional deceit. Citizens were skeptical of authority, journalists were emboldened, and politicians no longer hesitated to question the Bureau's motives. Every investigation was scrutinized, every decision weighed against the ghost of Hoover's abuses. In 1976, the Freedom of Information Act, FOIA, was expanded, allowing citizens and journalists to request government records, including those held by the FBI. For an agency that had thrived on secrecy, this was revolutionary. Reporters filed thousands of requests, uncovering once-hidden surveillance programs and revealing the extent of COINTELPRO's reach. Though embarrassing, these disclosures forced the Bureau to confront its own history rather than bury it. Meanwhile, technology was changing the landscape of law enforcement. The digital age was dawning. Computers, databases, and electronic communications offered both new tools and new ethical dilemmas. The FBI's famed fingerprint division was digitized, leading to the creation of NCIC, a computerized database for tracking fugitives and stolen property. But with these innovations came renewed debate over privacy. Could an agency with such a controversial past be trusted with more powerful means of surveillance? As the 1980s approached, the Bureau began to redefine its purpose. With the Cold War entering a new phase, the threat of Soviet espionage once again loomed large. Under directors William Webster and later William Sessions, the FBI pivoted toward counterintelligence and organized crime. The Bureau worked closely with the newly established Department of Justice task forces to dismantle mafia networks, prosecute white-collar corruption, and investigate public officials accused of abuse of power. The focus shifted from domestic dissent to crime control, a move that helped the FBI regain public confidence. But the Bureau also learned to operate under new constraints. Judicial oversight, once seen as interference, became a safeguard. Agents were now required to obtain warrants for electronic surveillance, and every major operation had to pass through multiple layers of approval. These reforms, though bureaucratic, prevented the kind of unchecked autonomy that had once allowed Hoover to wield near-dictatorial power. The post-Hoover FBI was, by design, humbler. Its directors no longer cultivated celebrity or controlled the press. They gave interviews, but not dictations. They enforced policy, not personality. Yet Hoover's methods still haunted its structure. The meticulous documentation, the hierarchical control, and the obsession with image all remained embedded in the Bureau's DNA. Reform could change procedures, but culture took longer to heal. By the late 1970s, the Bureau's reputation had begun to stabilize. Public opinion polls showed growing trust, though not reverence. Television shows still depicted federal agents as heroes, but with a new tone, less moralistic, more human. The FBI began collaborating with state and local police, sharing resources and technology. It was no longer a fortress guarding its secrets, but a partner rebuilding credibility through cooperation. The Bureau's challenges, however, were far from over. The Cold War demanded renewed vigilance, and the FBI once again found itself playing both investigator and guardian. Cases of Soviet espionage, such as those involving Aldrich Ames and Robert Hanssen, would later test its integrity. The Bureau also found itself drawn into new arenas: terrorism, cybercrime, and political corruption. Each new threat resurrected an old question. How far could the FBI go to protect America without violating its principles? In Congress, the echoes of Hoover's abuses lingered as a warning. The Senate Intelligence Committee, created in the wake of the church hearings, continued to oversee the Bureau's domestic operations. No director would ever again hold unchecked power. Presidents learned, too, from Hoover's example. An independent FBI was vital, but so was accountability. In 1979, the FBI's headquarters was officially named the J. Edgar Hoover Building, a controversial decision that sparked national debate. Critics argued that honoring Hoover glorified a man responsible for decades of constitutional violations. Supporters countered that his role in modernizing law enforcement could not be erased. The compromise reflected America's conflicted memory of its institutions. A nation capable of both admiration and reckoning. By the close of the decade, the Bureau had survived its reckoning, battered but intact. Its power was smaller, its image more cautious, yet its purpose clearer. It had learned, perhaps too painfully, that justice cannot thrive in darkness. And as the 1980s dawned, a new generation of agents, raised not in Hoover's shadow but in the light of reform, took up the badge. They entered a world shaped by new technologies, new dangers, and new expectations. The old Bureau had been built to police a nation. The new one was being built to protect a democracy. But the questions Hoover left behind still hovered in the air. Could any institution hold power without being corrupted by it? Could transparency and security truly coexist? And in the end, could America ever fully trust the organization that had spent so long watching it from the shadows? The answers, as history would show, were never simple. But for the first time in its long, complicated life, the FBI was beginning to look for them, not in secrecy, but in accountability. By the time the 1980s began, the Federal Bureau of Investigation had emerged from a storm of scandal and reform into a new kind of war, one waged not in the streets of America, but in the shadows of the Cold War. The Hoover years were over, and with them, the unchecked domestic surveillance programs that had haunted the Bureau's reputation. Yet the world remained dangerous, and a new enemy, one far beyond America's borders, had taken center stage, the Soviet Union. The Bureau's focus shifted dramatically. Under Director William Webster, a man known for his calm integrity and legal precision, the FBI began redefining itself as the nation's frontline defense against espionage. If the Hoover era had been about internal control, the Webster era was about external vigilance. The Cold War, already decades old, was entering its final and most unpredictable phase. The stakes were not merely political, they were existential. Nuclear deterrence, proxy wars, and psychological operations had replaced traditional combat. Intelligence was the new weapon, and the FBI was determined to wield it. The Bureau's counterintelligence division became the beating heart of this new mission. Its agents no longer focused on gangsters or political dissidents, but on Soviet spies who had infiltrated American institutions. The KGB, operating under diplomatic cover from the Soviet embassy in Washington, had deployed an intricate network of operatives. They targeted military contractors, technology firms, and even universities, anywhere secrets could be stolen. The FBI's job was to stop them, often without revealing what it knew. One of the Bureau's early triumphs came in 1984 with the arrest of John Walker, Jr., a U.S. Navy communications officer who had spent nearly 2 decades selling cryptographic secrets to the Soviets. Walker's betrayal had compromised thousands of classified communications, giving Moscow a detailed view of U.S. naval operations. His arrest was the result of years of patient FBI investigation, relying on informants, intercepted communications, and surveillance, all conducted under strict legal oversight, a far cry from Hoover's extrajudicial methods. But for every spy caught, another emerged. The Bureau uncovered networks of double agents, Americans who, for money or ideology, had sold their loyalty. Aldrich Ames, a CIA officer, and later Robert Hanssen, an FBI agent himself, would become 2 of the most damaging spies in U.S. history. Though Hanssen's betrayal wouldn't be fully uncovered until 2001, the seeds of his double life were planted during this era. Ironically, as the Bureau worked tirelessly to expose Soviet moles, one of its own was quietly passing secrets to the enemy from within its headquarters. The FBI's war against espionage required new methods. Covert operations were redesigned with judicial oversight, and technology began to play a central role. For the first time, agents relied heavily on computer databases, cryptographic tracking, and early electronic surveillance systems. Information that once took weeks to compile could now be processed in hours. The Bureau's laboratories, particularly its forensic divisions, became centers of cutting-edge research. Still, the fight wasn't only in the realm of science, it was psychological. The Cold War was a battle of narratives, democracy versus communism, freedom versus control. And the FBI became a cultural weapon as much as a law enforcement one. Training programs, public lectures, and community outreach initiatives were launched to educate Americans on counterintelligence awareness. The Bureau encouraged citizens to report suspicious activities, blending patriotism with caution in an age when anyone could be an informant. Director Webster, however, was determined to prevent the paranoia of Hoover's days from returning. He emphasized restraint and legality, reminding agents that protecting national security also meant protecting constitutional rights. His disciplined leadership helped repair the Bureau's public image. Under his direction, the FBI became known as a more transparent, professional organization, one that valued precision over power. The 1980s also marked the FBI's growing involvement in organized crime and white-collar investigations. Using tools like the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, RICO, the Bureau dismantled major mafia families across the country. High-profile cases, such as the Pizza Connection trial of 1985, showcased its new ability to connect seemingly unrelated crimes into vast criminal networks. Agents who once hunted bootleggers now traced money laundering, wire fraud, and corruption, crimes of influence rather than violence. These victories gave the FBI renewed prestige, but also new challenges. The rise of technology and globalization blurred the boundaries of jurisdiction. Foreign spies could transmit data across continents in seconds. Criminals could launder millions through offshore accounts without ever leaving their homes. The Bureau, built in an age of paper trails and personal files, had to evolve rapidly to survive in a digital era. By mid-decade, the Bureau was also turning its attention to terrorism, which was beginning to emerge as a global threat. The 1980s saw attacks such as the bombing of Pan Am, Flight 103, and the Beirut barracks bombing, both of which underscored the need for international cooperation. The FBI established new counterterrorism divisions and began collaborating closely with the CIA and foreign agencies. This marked a subtle but significant shift. The FBI was no longer just an American police force. It was becoming a global intelligence player. Inside the Bureau, culture was changing too. The new generation of agents was younger, more educated, and more diverse. They were lawyers, linguists, scientists, and analysts, specialists trained for an increasingly complex world. Gone were the days when agents operated on instinct alone. Now they relied on data, intelligence, and precision. The modern FBI was beginning to take shape, one built as much on analysis as on action. Still, the Cold War remained its defining context. Every arrest, every defection, every coded message carried the weight of ideology. When the Berlin Wall fell in 1989, signaling the collapse of the Soviet Union, it was a victory not only for global democracy, but for the FBI's counterintelligence mission. For decades, the Bureau had fought an invisible war, one waged in intercepted communications, shadowed meetings, and psychological gambits. The end of that war meant more than just a geopolitical victory. It was the beginning of a transformation. The FBI had survived Hoover's reign, the Church Committee, and the crisis of public faith. It had redefined itself as a modern intelligence force. But as the Cold War ended, the Bureau found itself standing on uncertain ground once again. Without a clear external enemy, what would its purpose become? That question, silent but pressing, would define the FBI's next era. And as the 1990s approached, the Bureau would face a new kind of threat, one not born from ideology or espionage, but from the unpredictable heart of its own nation. When the Berlin Wall crumbled in 1989, the Cold War's end seemed to promise an age of peace. For the first time in decades, Americans believed the world might finally exhale. But inside the FBI's headquarters, the mood was less celebratory and more uncertain. For nearly half a century, the Bureau had defined itself through its fight against communism, a war of ideology that had shaped every division, every policy, every instinct. Now that enemy was gone. The Soviet Union had dissolved. The question lingered. What happens to an institution built for a war that no longer exists? The answer, as the 1990s began, came from within. The United States, for all its global strength, was facing new kinds of threats. Threats that didn't come from foreign governments or secret agents, but from its own citizens. The late 1980s and early 1990s marked the rise of domestic extremism. Radical movements, militia groups, and lone actors motivated by ideology, fear, or conspiracy. The end of the Cold War had left a vacuum in American paranoia, and in that void, new forms of anger began to grow. Some were fueled by anti-government sentiment, others by racial hatred or religious zealotry. The FBI, once focused on spies and organized crime, was now forced to turn its gaze inward once more, but this time with lessons learned from its past mistakes. Director William Sessions, who succeeded Webster in 1987, made reform and restraint his priorities. He knew that surveillance, once a tool of abuse, now had to be wielded carefully. The Bureau could no longer rely on Hoover's blanket tactics of suspicion. Every wiretap, every undercover operation required oversight. Yet the growing number of extremist plots demanded vigilance. The line between freedom and security had never been thinner. The Bureau's first major challenge came in 1992 at a remote cabin in Ruby Ridge, Idaho. There, a former Green Beret named Randy Weaver had retreated with his family after being charged with illegal firearms possession. When Weaver failed to appear in court, U.S. Marshals and FBI agents surrounded his property, leading to a tense standoff. What followed was a tragic series of miscommunications and overreactions. Gunfire erupted, resulting in the deaths of Weaver's wife and teenage son. Ruby Ridge became a national symbol of government overreach. For many Americans, it confirmed their worst fears, that the federal government, and by extension the FBI, had become an unchecked power. The Bureau's reputation once again came under fire. Congressional investigations followed, revealing tactical errors and flawed communication. The FBI promised reform, but the damage to public perception was deep. 2 years later, in 1993, tragedy struck again, this time in Waco, Texas. The Branch Davidians, a religious sect led by David Koresh, had attracted FBI scrutiny after reports of illegal weapons stockpiling. When the Bureau and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms, ATF, attempted to execute a search warrant, a deadly standoff ensued. The 51-day siege ended in flames, with more than 70 people, including women and children, dying inside the compound. To the FBI, Waco was a disaster born from failed negotiation and desperation. To much of America, it was another Ruby Ridge, another example of government force crushing dissent. The images of fire and smoke broadcast around the world became symbols of mistrust. Militia movements exploded in response, fueled by anger, fear, and conspiracy theories about federal tyranny. In the shadows of these tragedies, the seeds of something darker were taking root. On April 19, 1995, two men, Timothy McVeigh and Terry Nichols, detonated a massive truck bomb outside the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City. The explosion ripped through the 9-story structure, killing 168 people and injuring hundreds more. It was the deadliest act of domestic terrorism in U.S. history up to that point. The attack shocked the world, not only for its brutality, but for its message. McVeigh, a decorated Gulf War veteran, claimed he acted in retaliation for Waco and Ruby Ridge. He saw the federal government as a corrupt enemy of freedom. The irony was chilling. In fighting extremism, the FBI had inadvertently become the face of the very oppression extremists believed they were fighting. For the Bureau, Oklahoma City marked both a failure and a turning point. Within hours of the bombing, agents launched one of the largest criminal investigations in American history. Using forensic analysis, surveillance footage, and witness accounts, they traced the truck's remnants to a rental agency and ultimately to McVeigh himself, who was arrested just 90 minutes after the explosion during a routine traffic stop. The investigation, codenamed OKBOMB, became a model of coordination and efficiency. Thousands of agents, analysts, and technicians worked around the clock, compiling over 3.5 million pieces of evidence. McVeigh's trial ended with a conviction and eventual execution in 2001, but the attack had already changed the nation forever. Oklahoma City forced the FBI to confront a new kind of enemy, one without foreign ties or clear hierarchies. It was a war against ideology, fought within America's own borders. The Bureau's counterterrorism division expanded rapidly, integrating behavioral science, threat analysis, and psychological profiling to identify potential threats before they acted. This era also gave rise to one of the FBI's most public-facing divisions, the Behavioral Analysis Unit, BAU, popularized later through books and television. Born from the Behavioral Science Unit created in the 1970s, it specialized in studying the minds of criminals and terrorists. Their work was instrumental in developing the modern understanding of domestic terrorism, how radicalization worked, how groupthink turned to violence, and how fear could become ideology. The Bureau's mission, once reactive, became predictive. Agents began working closely with psychologists, data scientists, and community liaisons to monitor extremist rhetoric, not just actions. This shift marked a fundamental evolution, from law enforcement to intelligence-led prevention. But the balance remained fragile. Civil liberties groups warned that even well-intentioned surveillance could lead to new abuses. The FBI, aware of its own history, moved cautiously. Directors like Louis Freeh, who succeeded Sessions in 1993, prioritized integrity and interagency cooperation. He modernized communication systems, introduced stricter ethical codes, and emphasized collaboration over control. The lessons of Hoover were not forgotten. By the end of the decade, America had entered a strange in-between period, a time of prosperity and optimism, but also quiet unease. The Cold War was over, but the new wars were just beginning. Domestic extremism had proven that threats could emerge from anywhere, even from those who called themselves patriots. The Bureau, for all its evolution, understood that danger no longer wore uniforms or carried flags. It moved in whispers, in ideology, in the loneliness of disillusioned men. The FBI had become more adaptive, more intelligent, and more cautious than ever before. But even as it prepared for the next chapter, few could imagine what lay ahead. The 1990s had taught the Bureau that enemies could come from within. The coming decade would teach it that enemies could strike from the sky. And on a quiet morning in September 2001, that lesson would change the FBI and the world forever. On the morning of September 11, 2001, the United States awoke to a clear blue sky, and within hours, the world changed forever. The images that would define a generation flashed across every screen, planes crashing into the Twin Towers, smoke billowing from the Pentagon, and the collapse of New York's skyline. Nearly 3,000 lives were lost, and an entire nation was thrust into grief and disbelief. For the FBI, this was not just an attack on America. It was a failure of imagination, and it would redefine everything the Bureau stood for. In the chaos of that morning, the Bureau mobilized instantly. Agents rushed to the scenes in New York, Washington, and Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where the fourth hijacked plane had crashed after passengers fought back. Within hours, the FBI declared PENTTBOM the largest criminal investigation in U.S. history. What began as a tragedy quickly became a race against time, to uncover how such a coordinated assault could happen without warning. As debris still smoldered in Manhattan, FBI field offices across the country began tracing the attackers' movements. Within 48 hours, agents had identified all 19 hijackers, mostly Saudi nationals affiliated with Al-Qaeda, a terrorist network led by Osama bin Laden. The Bureau worked around the clock, connecting the hijackers to flight schools, money transfers, and safe houses. Decades of experience investigating domestic extremism now merged with an unprecedented global pursuit. But 9/11 was not merely an intelligence failure. It was a structural one. Before the attacks, America's law enforcement and intelligence agencies operated in silos. The FBI, CIA, and NSA each guarded their information closely, often refusing to share even critical leads. After September 11th, that culture collapsed overnight. The old Bureau, once focused on solving crimes, had to evolve into something new, an agency that prevented them. President George W. Bush announced a war on terror, and the FBI was thrust to its front lines. Its mission expanded from investigation to prevention. Agents who once focused on organized crime and espionage were now retrained for counter-terrorism. Within months, the Patriot Act was passed, granting the Bureau sweeping powers to track, intercept, and detain suspects linked to terrorism. Critics warned these tools could erode civil liberties, but the urgency of national security outweighed hesitation. The FBI's transformation was immediate. It established the Terrorist Screening Center, Joint Terrorism Task Forces, JTTFs, and new partnerships with intelligence agencies worldwide. The Bureau's agents operated in over 60 countries, working with foreign counterparts to dismantle Al-Qaeda networks, intercept funding routes, and prevent future attacks. The line between domestic law enforcement and international intelligence blurred. The FBI had become a global force. But the weight of the new era was immense. Agents worked around the clock, often under intense public scrutiny. Every threat, every suspicious lead carried the fear of another 9/11. The Bureau's motto, fidelity, bravery, integrity, took on a new urgency. But so did the debate over privacy. Surveillance programs, data collection, and the use of national security letters gave the Bureau powers once unthinkable in a democracy. For some Americans, the FBI had become a shield. For others, a shadow. The years that followed saw both triumphs and controversies. The FBI helped prevent major plots, including the 2006 transatlantic aircraft bombing conspiracy and multiple attempted attacks on U.S. soil. Yet its expanded surveillance drew criticism from civil rights advocates, who accused the Bureau of profiling Muslim communities and overstepping constitutional boundaries. The agency was walking a tightrope between freedom and safety, the very balance that had haunted it since Hoover's time. Internally, the Bureau was transforming into a data-driven powerhouse. Under Director Robert Mueller, appointed just 1 week before 9/11, the FBI underwent the most significant restructuring in its history. Digital forensics, cybersecurity, and intelligence analysis became core divisions. The Bureau's new information-sharing environment connected law enforcement agencies nationwide, ensuring that no critical piece of intelligence would be missed again. Mueller's disciplined leadership kept the Bureau grounded through wars, political upheaval, and fear. Yet he also knew that the new FBI could not be the old FBI with modern tools. It had to think differently, act differently, and operate transparently in a way Hoover's Bureau never could. The FBI had been born in secrecy, but to survive the 21st century, it had to learn accountability. By the time the first decade of the new millennium closed, the Bureau had become something Hoover could never have imagined, an international data-powered intelligence agency operating under public oversight. It had endured the worst day in modern American history and emerged not as a relic, but as a redefined guardian of the modern world. But history never stays still. The war on terror would evolve, the definition of threats would shift, and technology would soon become both ally and adversary. The skies over New York had cleared, but the shadow of September 11th would linger over every decision the Bureau made, shaping its identity, its purpose, and its role in a world where danger no longer needed armies to strike fear into a nation. The FBI had entered the digital age, and in that age, the line between safety and surveillance was about to blur beyond recognition. By the early 2000s, the world had changed again, and once more, the FBI had to reinvent itself. The smoke and fear of the early war on terror had begun to fade, but a new kind of threat was emerging, one that didn't rely on guns or bombs. It was silent, invisible, and borderless, living in the vast circuits of the digital world. The cyber age had dawned, and the Bureau, once designed to chase gangsters through alleyways, now found itself hunting ghosts through networks and code. The FBI's transformation into a cyber intelligence powerhouse was as radical as its post-9/11 shift to counter-terrorism. The 2010s marked the rise of digital espionage, hacking collectives, and state-sponsored cyber attacks. Criminals no longer needed crowbars or getaway cars, they needed laptops and internet connections. National secrets, corporate data, even individual identities could be stolen with a few keystrokes. The FBI, tasked with protecting Americans in this new battlefield, suddenly faced a world without frontiers. One of the earliest signs of this new reality came in 2014, when hackers believed to be linked to North Korea launched a massive cyber attack on Sony Pictures Entertainment. The breach, allegedly in retaliation for the satirical film The Interview, crippled the studio's systems and exposed internal data to the public. It was a shock not only to Hollywood, but to Washington. For the first time, a foreign power had used cyber warfare to punish an American company. The FBI led the investigation, tracing the attack through layers of digital obfuscation, hidden servers, and false leads. When it publicly attributed the hack to North Korean actors, it marked a historic shift. The Bureau was now naming and confronting foreign adversaries in cyberspace. But state-level threats were only part of the story. The 2010s also saw the explosion of cybercrime at a scale no one had anticipated. From ransomware attacks to identity theft, digital extortion to cryptocurrency scams, criminals were exploiting the same tools that powered the modern world. The FBI's cyber division, created in 2002, expanded rapidly, recruiting computer scientists, cryptographers, and ethical hackers. The old image of the fedora-wearing G-man was replaced by the agent in front of a monitor, scanning streams of data across global servers. Cases like the WannaCry ransomware outbreak in 2017 revealed the staggering reach of digital threats. In just hours, the malicious software spread to more than 150 countries, locking hospitals, corporations, and government agencies out of their systems. The FBI's collaboration with international cyber units eventually traced the attack to North Korean-linked hackers once again. It was proof that cyber warfare wasn't the future. It was already here. But perhaps the most defining battle of the decade came in 2016, when allegations surfaced that Russian operatives had interfered in the US presidential election. Through a combination of hacking, data leaks, and social media manipulation, foreign actors had allegedly attempted to influence the outcome of an American vote. The FBI launched an investigation into these cyber intrusions, uncovering evidence of coordinated disinformation campaigns and phishing attacks against political organizations. The revelation shook the nation to its core. For over a century, the FBI had defended the physical borders of the United States. Now it was tasked with defending the very idea of truth. The Bureau's role in investigating election interference thrust it into a political storm, one that reignited old debates about power, neutrality, and trust. But the world had entered a new era where wars weren't fought with bullets, but with information. Under Director Christopher Wray, appointed in 2017, the FBI doubled down on cyber preparedness. The Bureau expanded its partnerships with the Department of Homeland Security, NSA, and international allies through networks like the Five Eyes Alliance. Cyber command centers in Quantico and Washington, D.C. ran 24/7, tracking real-time threats and coordinating responses across continents. But even as the Bureau evolved, the ethical dilemmas of the digital age grew sharper. The 2015 Apple versus FBI case became a defining flashpoint. After the San Bernardino terrorist attack, the FBI recovered an iPhone belonging to one of the shooters and demanded Apple create software to unlock it. Apple refused, arguing that building such a backdoor would endanger the privacy of millions. The debate tore across the nation: security versus privacy, law enforcement versus liberty. Ultimately, the FBI found another way into the device, but the philosophical battle remained unresolved. In many ways, this tension defined the new century's FBI. Technology had given the Bureau unprecedented power to trace suspects, decrypt communications, and analyze behavior at scale. But with that power came the same question Hoover had faced a century earlier: how much power is too much? The Bureau now operated in a world where digital footprints replaced fingerprints, and surveillance was often automated. Algorithms could predict threats before they happened, but they also risked profiling the innocent. Data became both a weapon and a vulnerability. Every innovation the FBI embraced brought new ethical frontiers. Despite the controversy, the FBI's cyber efforts produced real victories. Major takedowns of dark web markets like Silk Road, global hacking rings, and online child exploitation networks showcased the Bureau's expanding reach. International operations dismantled ransomware groups operating from Eastern Europe and Asia. In an interconnected world, the FBI was no longer simply federal. It had become a global node in the defense of cyberspace. Yet, as digital technology evolved faster than policy could keep up, one truth became undeniable: the FBI's mission would never again be confined to a single battlefield. The crimes of tomorrow would live everywhere, in networks, in data, in perception itself. By the end of the decade, the Bureau stood at a crossroads once again. The old enemies of the 20th century, gangsters, spies, radicals, had given way to new adversaries that could not be seen or touched. The future of law enforcement would not depend on who fired the fastest, but who could understand the invisible. In its relentless quest to adapt, the FBI had entered the digital frontier. a place where danger was coded in ones and zeros, and where justice itself had to learn to think like a machine. By the dawn of the 2020s, the FBI had entered one of the most turbulent eras in its history, not because of war, espionage, or technology, but because of trust. The world had become hyper-connected. Information flowed faster than truth could catch up, and every national crisis seemed to divide the public more deeply. In this new age of polarization, the Bureau, once the embodiment of federal authority, found itself trapped between sides, accused alternately of doing too much and not doing enough. The social media era changed everything. The rise of online communities gave a voice to millions, but it also amplified conspiracy, misinformation, and rage. The same digital platforms that allowed whistleblowers to expose corruption also became breeding grounds for extremist ideologies. The FBI, which had spent decades mastering traditional intelligence, suddenly faced a battlefield that operated on algorithms and emotion. Its mission to protect and defend the United States against all threats, foreign and domestic, had never sounded more complex. The turning point came with the January 6, 2021 attack on the US Capitol. What began as a protest against election results erupted into chaos as rioters breached the halls of Congress, halting the certification of the presidential vote. For the first time in modern history, the seat of American democracy was under siege by its own citizens. In the hours that followed, the FBI launched an unprecedented investigation, the largest domestic case in its history. Thousands of hours of footage, millions of digital tips, and hundreds of suspects flooded the Bureau's databases. Agents across all 50 states worked to identify and charge those responsible. But while the Bureau's swift response earned praise from some, it fueled suspicion from others. Conspiracy theories flourished online, claiming the FBI itself had orchestrated or exaggerated the events. Old patterns resurfaced, mistrust of authority, fueled by anger and misinformation. The Bureau, once again, became a mirror reflecting America's divisions. At the same time, threats were evolving in unpredictable directions. Domestic extremism was no longer a fringe issue. It was a growing, decentralized network of movements connected through digital echo chambers. Militia groups, white supremacists, and anti-government extremists operated in online spaces where anonymity and propaganda merged. The FBI expanded its domestic terrorism program, focusing on identifying radicalization before violence erupted. But even this effort drew political backlash. Critics accused the Bureau of bias, claiming it targeted ideological enemies rather than crimes. The delicate balance between civil liberty and national security, a line Hoover blurred and post-9/11 America tried to redraw, had become harder to maintain in the social media age. Surveillance wasn't just cameras and wiretaps anymore. It was data, metadata, and behavioral analysis. Every digital footprint, every message, every post could be evidence or noise. The FBI's challenge wasn't just finding threats, it was filtering truth from chaos. Inside the Bureau, the culture was also shifting. A new generation of agents, analysts, and cyber investigators filled its ranks. Many had grown up during 9/11 and the information age, carrying a more global and digital perspective. Diversity expanded, technology became second nature, and the old secretive culture of the Bureau continued to give way to one focused on transparency and collaboration. Yet, even as the Bureau modernized, its image in the public eye remained contested. During the COVID-19 pandemic, disinformation about vaccines, lockdowns, and government control sparked another wave of tension. Online radicalization surged, blending conspiracy theories with political extremism. The FBI found itself monitoring threats ranging from domestic bioterrorism to violent protests, all while trying to assure the public that its goal was protection, not surveillance. The Internet had turned every citizen into both a broadcaster and a potential target, and the Bureau was expected to patrol it all. Cybersecurity remained a constant front. In 2021, the Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack crippled a major fuel supply line on the US East Coast, causing panic and shortages. The Bureau traced the hackers to a Russian-based group known as DarkSide, marking another chapter in the global cyber war. Unlike the days of Hoover's secret files, today's investigations unfolded in public view. Press releases, indictments, and diplomatic consequences played out live on news feeds. But perhaps the FBI's greatest challenge was no longer crime or terrorism, but perception. Decades after the Church Committee, the Bureau was again at the center of political storms. High-profile investigations, from election interference to classified document handling, became national flashpoints. Every decision, every press conference, every leak was dissected, weaponized, and spun. The FBI was no longer just an agency. It was a symbol, to some, of justice, to others, of deep state power. Director Christopher Wray often described his role as walking a tightrope in a hurricane. Under his leadership, the Bureau doubled down on transparency, releasing public reports on domestic threats, cybersecurity, and counterintelligence. It engaged directly with communities and universities, emphasizing that modern threats required public cooperation. The FBI even joined social media, a gesture that symbolized both adaptation and irony. The same digital world that fueled mistrust was now a tool for outreach. Through all the turmoil, one truth persisted. The Bureau had survived worse. It had outlasted Hoover's reign, the Cold War, the Church Committee, 9/11, and a century of reinvention. Its power had always come not from perfection, but from resilience. For every scandal, there was reinvention. For every failure, reform. The FBI's history was not a straight line of justice, but a spiral, always circling the same questions of power, ethics, and freedom. By the mid-2020s, America stood at another crossroads, and so did its most famous law enforcement agency. The Bureau was now as much an intelligence agency as a police force, fighting digital crime, espionage, and terrorism while navigating a nation more divided than ever. It had more tools than at any time in history: satellites, data analytics, quantum computing, yet fewer certainties. The greatest threat wasn't any single group or foreign power, it was mistrust itself, a force that could dismantle institutions from within. As the 21st century marched forward, the FBI's mission remained the same as it had been in 1908, to uphold the law and protect the nation. But the meaning of that mission had never been more complicated. In a world where information could both liberate and destroy, where facts competed with feelings, and where every act of protection risked being seen as intrusion, the Bureau faced its most human struggle yet. Not the war against crime, not the war against terror, but the war to remain believed. As the 2020s advanced, the FBI found itself operating in a world more connected and more perilous than ever before. The days of clear-cut enemies were gone. Instead, the Bureau now navigated a labyrinth of digital frontiers, rogue states, private hackers, and algorithmic manipulations that blurred the boundaries of crime and warfare. The threats of this new era were not defined by territory or ideology, but by access, data, and influence. In this invisible battlefield, the FBI stood at the intersection of technology and geopolitics, where every byte of information could alter the balance of power. In the age of artificial intelligence, information was both weapon and currency. Nation-states no longer needed armies to infiltrate their rivals. They needed servers, code, and algorithms. Espionage had become digital, and the FBI's counterintelligence division, once focused on traditional spycraft, now faced adversaries operating from behind screens halfway across the globe. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea were among the most active state actors targeting American institutions. Their missions were clear: steal data, manipulate markets, and destabilize democratic systems. The FBI responded by forging unprecedented global alliances. Through partnerships like Five Eyes, an intelligence-sharing network that included the US, UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, the Bureau worked hand-in-hand with foreign counterparts to track cyber threats in real time. Agents were stationed overseas in embassies, acting as digital diplomats and investigators, coordinating operations that spanned continents. The Bureau's global presence grew quietly but steadily. Its agents no longer only patrolled America's streets, but also the unseen circuits connecting the world's data. One of the Bureau's defining cases of this new era involved the Chinese tech giant Huawei. The company, accused of violating sanctions and engaging in espionage through its telecommunications networks, became the center of a high-stakes confrontation between the US and China. The FBI played a pivotal role in building the case, uncovering layers of financial deception and intellectual property theft. The investigation symbolized a new kind of Cold War, one fought over technology, trade, and information sovereignty. Meanwhile, AI-driven crime emerged as a frontier few had anticipated. Deepfake technology allowed criminals to create realistic videos impersonating public figures, manipulating elections, markets, and reputations. Fraudsters used synthetic voices to bypass biometric security systems. The FBI's forensic units, once experts in fingerprints and ballistics, were now pioneers in digital authenticity verification, teaching computers to spot what human eyes could no longer distinguish. But AI wasn't only a threat, it was also the Bureau's most powerful tool. Machine learning algorithms sifted through millions of data points to detect criminal patterns, predict potential cyber attacks, and even identify extremist networks before they acted. Analysts could visualize entire digital ecosystems of criminal behavior, a map of connections invisible to the naked eye. Yet these same tools raised philosophical questions. If technology could predict intent, where did free will end and suspicion begin? To address these dilemmas, the FBI expanded its Office of Technology Ethics, a unit tasked with evaluating how emerging tools aligned with constitutional principles. It became a quiet internal watchdog, a safeguard against the same moral decay that had once defined Hoover's unchecked power. This time, the Bureau sought to lead not through secrecy, but through responsibility. The 2020s also brought a surge in corporate espionage as private industries became targets of foreign infiltration. From pharmaceutical companies to defense contractors, hackers sought trade secrets and intellectual property. The FBI's economic espionage program grew into one of its most active divisions, protecting U.S. innovation as fiercely as it once guarded state secrets. In a global economy driven by data, intellectual property was the new gold, and the Bureau had become its guardian. But with every global operation came political tension. The FBI's actions abroad often collided with the diplomatic priorities of the U.S. government. In nations wary of American influence, the Bureau's presence was seen as overreach. Cooperation was essential, but so was discretion. the FBI had to learn to operate like an intelligence agency while still upholding the transparency expected of a law enforcement institution. It was a balancing act, one that required constant recalibration. Domestically, the Bureau's global work often met skepticism. Citizens questioned why the FBI was investing so heavily in international operations while domestic trust continued to erode. The Bureau responded by emphasizing its new reality. In the digital age, no threat was truly foreign or domestic. It was both. A hacker in Eastern Europe could shut down hospitals in Texas. A misinformation campaign in Asia could sway voters in Ohio. The world had collapsed into a single shared web. Amid all this, a quiet revolution unfolded inside the Bureau itself. Training academies in Quantico, Virginia, now included courses in data science, AI ethics, linguistics, and cultural intelligence. Recruits were taught not only to investigate, but to interpret, to see crime as part of larger social systems, not isolated acts. The modern FBI agent was expected to be as fluent in code as in law, as empathetic as analytical. Still, the challenges were immense. As automation and artificial intelligence reshaped economies, cybercrime evolved in step. Criminals used AI to design new malware, mimic identities, and outpace human investigators. The Bureau had to race technology itself, upgrading its systems, retraining its staff, and constantly auditing its methods to avoid bias. It was no longer enough to keep up with criminals. The FBI had to outthink machines. Despite the complexity, the Bureau's mission remained rooted in the same principles that had defined it since 1908: justice, integrity, and protection. What had changed was the scale. The FBI was now part of a global ecosystem of intelligence, a networked institution that existed not just to enforce the law, but to preserve the trust that underpins civilization itself. And yet, even with algorithms and alliances, one truth lingered. Technology could not replace humanity. Every code cracked, every digital case closed, still came down to people, their judgment, their ethics, their capacity for restraint. The FBI's power, for all its modernization, still depended on its oldest and most fragile weapon: conscience. As the decade drew on, the Bureau stood at the edge of the next transformation, the coming age of quantum computing, where encryption would crumble, privacy would vanish, and the race for control over information would accelerate beyond imagination. For the FBI, the future was both promise and peril. And as it gazed into that horizon, one thing was certain: the war for justice had never been louder, faster, or more invisible. In the near future, the world may no longer need walls or borders to define its power. It will be built on information. As artificial intelligence becomes more advanced, as quantum computers rewrite the rules of encryption, and as truth itself becomes something that can be designed, the FBI stands at a crossroads unlike any in its history. The Bureau that once tracked bank robbers and bootleggers now prepares to defend reality itself. The transition to the quantum age has redefined the concept of security. Quantum computing, machines capable of performing calculations trillions of times faster than any classical computer, promises to revolutionize medicine, finance, and science. But it also threatens to render all existing encryption obsolete. In a world where any secret can be cracked in seconds, the FBI faces an existential challenge: how to protect privacy, intelligence, and justice in a realm where code no longer offers safety. To meet this challenge, the Bureau established the Quantum Security Initiative, a multi-agency task force focused on developing next-generation encryption resistant to quantum attacks. Working alongside tech companies and international research institutions, the FBI became not just an enforcer of law, but a participant in the frontier of innovation. For the first time in its existence, the Bureau wasn't merely reacting to threats. It was building the tools to prevent them before they could even be imagined. Yet, technology's rapid evolution came with ethical turbulence. Synthetic intelligence, capable of writing, speaking, and deceiving like humans, blurred the lines between authenticity and fabrication. Deep reality simulations, virtual environments indistinguishable from real life, created new frontiers for crime and manipulation. Entire financial markets could be destabilized by fake video evidence or AI-generated political figures. The FBI's forensics labs, once built for fingerprints and DNA, now specialized in digital ontology, determining what was real and what was synthetic. But truth was no longer a static concept. Every act of verification risked becoming subjective. Every revelation a matter of interpretation. The Bureau's mission, to uphold the Constitution and protect the American people, began to sound less like law enforcement and more like philosophy. What did justice mean in an age where data itself could lie? Inside FBI headquarters, technology and humanity coexisted uneasily. Agents used predictive analytics to assess threats, yet they knew algorithms were not infallible. Machines could anticipate behavior, but they couldn't understand intent. Artificial intelligence could detect anomalies, but not morality. The Bureau began re-emphasizing something that had been nearly lost in its century-long evolution: judgment. Training programs evolved again. At Quantico, recruits studied ethics alongside programming, constitutional law alongside machine learning. They were taught that technology could guide them, but never replace their humanity. Lectures often began with a simple reminder written on the whiteboard: "We don't serve the algorithm. We serve the people." The FBI's international footprint continued to expand. Global cybercrime task forces became permanent fixtures, uniting agents from dozens of countries. The Bureau shared intelligence with private industry, academic labs, and even artificial intelligence firms. It was no longer just America's guardian. It was a partner in a worldwide network fighting for the stability of digital civilization. Still, the old fears persisted. Citizens questioned how much surveillance was too much. Privacy advocates argued that the same tools designed to protect freedom could easily destroy it. Politicians debated whether the FBI's growing technological reach could one day become the very thing it once swore to prevent: an instrument of control. The echoes of Hoover's era, the abuse of power, the obsession with secrecy, reverberated through every policy meeting and oversight hearing. But if the Bureau had learned anything from its turbulent past, it was that unchecked power always corrodes from within. The FBI's leaders began to embrace transparency not as a concession, but as a necessity. Annual reports were made public, independent ethics panels were established, and even algorithms underwent third-party audits. It was an imperfect system, but it was a step toward rebuilding faith. Beyond technology, the FBI's challenges became profoundly human. The climate crisis created waves of displacement and desperation, fueling cyber extortion and global unrest. Artificial intelligence blurred the definition of evidence, forcing courts to reconsider what constituted truth. Even democracy itself faced a quiet test. Could institutions designed for the industrial age adapt to a world governed by data? Through all this, the Bureau endured, not because it was flawless, but because it evolved. The same spirit that had driven agents through the chaos of the Great Depression, the fear of the Cold War, and the terror of 9/11 now guided them through the age of algorithms. Justice, they understood, was not a relic to preserve, but a principle to reinterpret, again and again in every generation. There are no longer clear enemies, no faces on wanted posters. The modern FBI hunts shadows in networks, patterns in data, whispers in code. Its victories are often unseen, its failures broadcast instantly. Yet beneath the layers of technology, the Bureau's heart remains the same: ordinary people trying to make sense of an extraordinary world. And perhaps that is the truest legacy of its long, turbulent journey. Not perfection, but persistence. Over a century since its creation, the Federal Bureau of Investigation has evolved from a small team of special agents into one of the most complex organizations on Earth. A bridge between law and technology, secrecy and accountability, past and future. It carries the weight of its mistakes and the lessons of its resilience. In the end, the story of the FBI is not just the story of an agency. It's the story of a nation learning, again and again, that justice is not a static ideal, but a living pursuit, fragile, fallible, and worth fighting for. And as the world spins faster into the unknown, the Bureau remains at its post, watching, learning, adapting, still chasing the same elusive promise it was born to protect: the truth.